Championship presented by Sunoco. Happy Independence Day to all of you watching. We have one last matchup here at Church Street Park between the Morrisville Raptors and the Manhattan Yorkers. Dane Pete, the home captain, has the coin in hand, ready to give it a flip.
Heads.
Call is heads.
It's tails.
And it is a tail, so this means Dane Pete and the Morrisville Raptors have won the toss. Dane, what have you elected to do?
Yeah, we're going to swing the willow around a bit. Bat first.
Coming off of two really close games, two big wins for you guys. Day off yesterday. How are the boys feeling after those couple of days?
Yeah, a couple of niggles around my finger. Shiva Kuma is going to be out with a hamstring strain. We just had to reshuffle a few things in the batting lineup and in the team. But I think we'll be good to go. It's the last game of it being a fantastic spectacle put on by Toyota minor league cricket. But we're going to have a lot of fun.
All right, have a good one and good luck today, sir. Raj, if you could just come with me here. Didn't win the toss today, but had you won the toss, what would you have wanted to do?
We wanted to bat also, but it's okay. It's important we stick to the process more. So we just try to play with the intent we played in the last game, and we try to pull up the victory as well.
Yeah, I had a big performance, dominating performance yesterday. How are you guys looking to back that one up?
Yeah, actually we are playing good as a unit, and everybody knows how to handle the pressures. That's keep me going easy as a captain. So we just focusing and on the basics only, and try to stick with the plan we made.
All right, awesome. Well, good luck today, sir, and have all the best here at Church Street Park. That is the word from the center. The Morrisville Raptors, they have won the toss, and they've elected to bat.
A new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There he goes into a dive! What a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship returns June 25th.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Welcome back here to the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. We're here at Church Street Park for match number 7 of this holiday weekend. Happy Independence Day to everybody watching all over the country. As you see the two batsmen walking in, I'm Aman Patel alongside Jay Elhans here today, young man from DC. Jay, welcome to North Carolina. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Good to be here. A bright, sunny day, and some good weather for some cricket here in Morrisville.
Absolutely some good weather for some cricket. You heard just a little while earlier during the toss, the Morrisville Raptors, they won the toss and elected to bat first. Again, they're trying to see the wicket that has been played on 6 matches before this. Now they're coming into the 7th match. They want to get the most out of the wicket early. They do have one change in the 11 in the form of Morley Krish. Sorry about the delay, folks. Some technical difficulties here in the box, but we're back. As Vinod Kumar just sends this one over to the third man boundary. The bowler, the new opening bowler for the Manhattan Yorkers is Abhiram Valasamagiri. He was part of the under-19 setup 2 back-to-back years. Again, would have been part of that team that would have featured Abhiram Bolasetti, Rohan Fadke, Rohan Posnapalli, Ali Sheikh in the T20, the under-19 T20 qualifier. But instead, that was canceled due to COVID issues. So he's into bowl for the Manhattan Yorkers. Came in first change for them last week. It's the same opening pair as the last match in Lahiru Malanta and Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy. Again, Lahiru got off the mark with the single. And you can see good shape there. Again, something we haven't really seen apart from maybe Liam Plunkett or Janoy Drysdale, Jay.
Yeah, definitely some good shape there for the bowler. The ball is swinging. And I guess that is something which must have been factored into this decision by Morrisville to bat first, that batting conditions, they've gotten tougher as this weekend has really gone along here in Morrisville as the pitch deteriorates even more. Abhiram, though, it's interesting. He's getting the new ball here, not Manhattan Yorkers. And that one, appeal there for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. May just have been going down leg.
Yeah, I think it was also a bit high and a bit of bat involved as well. That's going to do it, though. Very sharp first over from the young man. 1 over gone, 2 runs without loss.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom.
Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So welcome back here to Church Street Park. As you see on your screen is Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy. But the new bowler, again the opener from the last match. Bowled most of his overs from the shallow end, this time starting from the cedar fork end. It's Norman Iftikhar. Again, we saw good movement from him as well. Yesterday gave the left-handed Amrut Pore some trouble. So he's going to hope to do the same against Vinod and the left-handed Lahiru Malanta. This one, though, short and wide, and Vinod, he's not really looked to be in the best time. He thought it was a wide. Again, I don't think he's really timed the ball quite well here at Church Street on the July 4th weekend.
Yet to get a good score under his belt. Lahiru Malanta at the other end, he's got a couple of 40s. Hasn't converted it into that big score, so he'll also be looking to do that.
Again, you can see from Iftikhar the plan here. He's gone back of a length, and he's letting the ball swing from that length, and he keeps swinging away from Vinod Kumar. The Raptors are going to hope they don't lose wickets in the power play, but also want to get off to a quicker start than the way they got off to in the last match. Again, losing wickets early and not really scoring. Just 4 runs through the first 2.5 overs. This time Vinod gets onto it. There's no sweep or cover, and that one's going to go over the top for 4 runs. So finally, it would get onto the back foot well enough on a short ball and puts it all the way to the fence.
Yeah, it didn't connect on the first couple, but on that occasion, gets it off the middle. And that one races away to the boundary, the first boundary of this game between the Morrisville Raptors and the Manhattan Yorkers.
Yeah, still plenty of bounce in the wicket. Again, that was the reason the Morrisville Raptors wanted to bat first. They wanted to make sure they got the most out of the wicket. And Jay mentioned it earlier, the deterioration of the pitch, the 7th match here on the same wicket. Again short, again wide, no sweeper cover, and this one all along the carpet is 4 runs. Norman Iftikhar has been far too wide and is finally getting punished.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries now for Vinod Kumar. He's looking good. Not the best of bowling you can say from Norman Iftikhar.
And this is exactly the start the Morrisville Raptors would have wanted. A couple of boundaries in a hurry, put their strike bowler who bowled so fantastic in the last match, put so much pressure on the Atlanta Lightning yesterday. They were hoping he could do something similar to the Raptors, but at the moment it's just the Raptors are on top. Then those two flurry of boundaries, just making it flow in the Raptors' favor. This time straighter, fuller, and just going to be an outside edge down to third man for a single. So again, that's where you'd rather be if you're Norman Iftikhar, especially with the swing that you have, just invoking that outside edge.
And going back to that point of Iftikhar, he's been good in this tournament. Having a look at his figures, he's gotten a wicket in each of the 3 games he's played till now, this being his 4th. He's gone for 1 for 7, 1 for 9, and 1 for 17. So economical, taking wickets, and for the Manhattan Yorkers, a very important part of their bowling attack. And when you take on a bowler who's been doing so well, it kind of does put pressure on the rest of the attack as well. The team this time down the leg side called a wide. A bit of an appeal.
No objection from Norman Iftikhar there. I think the appeal was just to kind of stifle that wide call, but the umpire not fooled in it. Again, you can see the shape away, and it's the better length. Here he's trying to start straighter to the left-hander. If you can get that one around off stump, he's going to have Lahiru Malanta in some fits. Again, we saw him do the same to Amrutpore. When he was at and about the off stump, Amrutpore really struggled. So can he do the same to Lahiru Malanta? No, it's short, it's wide again. Good effort there in the field, but it races all the way along the carpet. Once Lahiru connects, it's going to go all the way, and that is the way this over is going to end. 2 overs gone, 16 without loss.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Welcome back to Church Street Park, and it's Abhiram Valasamagiri with the ball in hand. Getting a very lethal under-19 bowler. Thought of one of the fastest young bowlers in the country. Starts very straight, but it's just going to be worked to the mid-on fielder. Impressive start here from Abhiram, Jay.
Yes, first over went for just 2 runs, and now he's continuing to bowl well, getting his line and length right, and not allowing both these batsmen to score runs. We saw in that previous over, that Norman Iftikhar over, that both these batsmen, they were looking for those runs. We saw that intent, and that's continuing even against Abhiram, as that one is driven through the covers, and it'll reach the boundary for 4. Beautiful shot off the bat of Vinod Kumar.
Yeah, just a touch over pitch that time from Abhiram. Again, he's good at showing good shape. When you give that kind of width to Vinod, he's gonna pounce on it, and he did just that good front foot movement from him. Gets the ball in a perfect driving position. One of the pretty shots in all the game, that cover drive. So it'll be interesting to see how Abhiram responds. Remember, only went for 2 runs in his first over. This is his second over here bowling at Church Street. Bowled in the Endurance Cup here a couple years ago, but since hasn't really been back. This time again wide, this time back of a length. It's beautifully punched by Vinod Kumar, splits the gap, and is going to go all the way for 4. Not sure that was going to carry. They had moved an extra cover fielder there, and it's gone all the way. Vinod showing the power that he has off the bat.
The placement on that, absolutely perfect. There's a man there at covers, there's a man at extra covers, and a player there at deep covers, and it somehow beats all 3 of them to the boundary for 4.
I'm not sure Vinod thought that was going to split all of them. I thought he said, okay, just one. He thought wide, long, a mid-off would get there. No, he couldn't, and the extra cover couldn't get there either. So Abhiram back-to-back boundaries, he's given up, and Vinod Kumar, again, who struggled to find any rhythm against the Philadelphians, finding flow here today. This one is pulled, he goes short, and he's gonna find the gap again, another 4. Oftentimes we see Pacers, after getting hit, they pull the length back. He does just that, but Vinod up to the task and maneuvers it into the gap on the leg side.
And that's 3 consecutive boundaries now for Vinod Kumar. He's already raced off to 22 from just 11 deliveries, with a total of 5 boundaries, and we're just in the 3rd over, so he's looking good today.
Again, you want a big total here. You want to put that scoreboard pressure on the opposition. If you're the Raptors, we saw what the Lightning did to the Philadelphians in the first match, scoring 180. That's a good delivery, but again, it's worked through covers, but this time just going to find the hands of the fielder, but a productive over so far for the Raptors. And now you see Lahiru on strike for the last ball. And you never know with the left-hander coming on strike how it sways. Abhiram has to find a new line. New length to bowl to.
Yeah, the right-left combination, which bowlers can find it hard at times to adjust to, especially with their lines.
Yeah, we'll see what he has in store here. Final delivery of the 3rd over. It's been an expensive one already. 3 boundaries from it. And just going to be the one to end it. So that's going to do it. 3 overs gone. 30 without loss.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park, side of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. It's going to be the West Indies test player. It's going to be John Campbell, back from Bangladesh. He's going to be sent in to bowl now here, replacing Norman Iftikhar, who was expensive. But this is a matchup he wants. He got the left-hander on strike, the right-arm off-spinner. The hitter just using his feet, working it into the offside. And they are going to push for 2. A little slow out in the deep. That man out there was Kevin Shah. And again, just slow to pick up the ball, slow to deliver it. And Lahiru, very eager, gets back in.
And that's good running between these two. Morrisville Raptors, they've come out with quite the intent this time, advancing down the track. Right back to the bowler.
And you can see Lahiru with a smile on his face, asking why he's coming, why are you throwing it back at me? Again, Lahiru always with a big smile. This time flied it up and it's driven through the offside. This will have enough legs to get the boundary. No, it won't, but they are going to get another 2 runs there. Again, Lahiru likes to play in that cover region, so if you give him anything there, he will take advantage of it. For John Ross Campbell, not the worst thing to give up 2 to have Lahiru back on strike. Again, this is the matchup you're looking for. The right-hander moving the ball away from the lefty. Again, using his feet, this time Yorks himself, and it's going to be another dot ball here from John Ross Campbell. Again, spotted the movement early. Didn't allow Lahiru to free his arms.
So while Morrisville have been attacking, it's interesting to see that Manhattan, they've not gone in with the slip, as that one's hit over mid-wicket and it races away to the boundary. So 4 runs there for Lahiru Milanta.
Yeah, it was a brilliant shot there. He came down the track again. John Ross tried to follow him. This time, though, Lahiru gave himself enough room to free his arms through the leg side. That mid-wicket very square, not straight enough, and it races away to the boundary for 4. And as you were saying, Jay, aggressive so far, and this will be the final delivery of the 4th. Again coming down, this time Yorked himself, Lahidu, but it was enough bat on it to get it for one. So that's going to do it. 4 overs gone, 39 without loss.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back here to Church Street Park. We're going to see a change at both ends. John Ross replaced Norman Iftikhar after 1 over, and now after 2 overs of Abhiram, we're going to get to see a new man. It looks like it's going to be Raj Patel, who bowled well in the first matchup here between the Yorkers and the Atlanta Lightning. Kept it tight, didn't really allow the batsmen to have their way. Keeps it back of a length a lot of the time, not a lot of room given. And these two batsmen have enjoyed anything with width. So it's a smart move to bring a guy like Raj Patel in to keep these two on the back foot and not allow them to play that aggressive nature in which they want to.
Yeah, and Raj Patel, he opened the bowling in the previous game against Atlanta Lightning. I'll get to that in just a second after this delivery.
And Lahidu just works it through covers straight to the fielder there, not going to get any runs.
So Raj Patel, he opened the bowling against Atlanta Lightning, 2 overs in the power play, went for 27. So he does have a point to prove here. Once again, he finds himself in the power play, but after a couple of bowling changes.
You can see the crowd funneling in here for the Morrisville Raptors match. Not under the lights, but the Raptors are playing. They're going to come out and support. Lahidu moving across, big shout from the wicket keeper, but definitely high, maybe even outside the line, but maybe outside the line. I like stumped that ball pitch, but again, not given by the umpire. That's all that matters. Given leg buys, so we're gonna get Stephen Noth, and again, anytime he's gotten width, he's been able to capitalize on it. Ever since he got one off of Norman Iftikhar. So if you're gonna go back of a length, make sure you're on the body of Vinod.
And now just a couple of changes being made in the field. It is that right-left combination.
Yeah, it tires you out. Again, it's a hot day here in Morrisville. The sun is hidden behind a couple of clouds, but it's very sticky, very humid, and some of these Northeast players might not be used to this kind of humidity. As Raj Patel comes back in, it's a full toss. It's hit straight back down the ground. Just gonna be one though. Again, Dame Pete has said a couple of times, a low full toss, the most underrated delivery in all of cricket. That time only gave up 1 run.
Yeah, and not getting his length right, you could say, on that occasion. But his line there, you'd want a ball outside off. That's the field he's setting for that right-handed batsman. The man there towards deep extra cover, and then you had that long off. Now for the left-handed batsman though. The two fielders, still those two same fielders outside the 30-yard circle in the power play. Long off and deep extra cover.
A long off and a deep extra cover down the track, and he slowed it down. But good running this from the Morrisville Raptors. They're not going to sit back and only deal in boundaries and dot balls. They're going to make sure to take advantage of any lulls in the field. And again, that one didn't even clear the square, but Leidu Malanta and Vinod quick on the call and quick between the blocks. Again, Jay, this over feels rather long, and it's because of the amount of switching the fielders have to do because they keep rotating this left-handed Lahidu and the right-handed Vinod.
And as you said, that's going to tire the fielders out. And these two, if they keep batting the way they are, the fielders, physically they're going to get tired, but mentally as well, up to a certain point.
And here's the sun coming back out as Raj Patel comes back in, goes with the Yorker. It's hit straight back down the ground. Abhiram's got some work to do, and he's done well to save 2 runs there. Saved a boundary. Again, it was hit straight back down the ground, not quite off the middle. But he had a long way to move over to his right. Good athletic work in the outfield from the youngster.
Yeah, and in this over, it's been a long one, but it's been a good one. Just 5 runs from the first 5 deliveries.
I think he's mixed his length quite well. He's not given the batsman any width to work with, which is the key. And every shot you've seen has kind of been straight down the ground or through cover. Haven't been able to throw their hands at anything. There's the width, but it was that off-cutter. Vinod Kumar unable to get on it. And that is going to do it for this very long 5th over, 44 without loss.
1, 2, 3.
Back here at Church Street Park, it's going to be Bhaskar Yadram, the player of the match yesterday. Yesterday took 4 wickets, scored 48 runs, and now he's got the ball in hand. What he did really well yesterday, Jay, was back of a length, angling it in. Everything was attacking the stumps and basically told the batters, if you do something wrong, I'm going to get you out. He's going to look to do the same here. They need him to break up this opening pair in the last over of the power play. So here we go. Let's see what Bhaskar Yadram has in store for the left-handed Lahiru Malanta. Back of a length, right on top of off stump. Just run down to third man for 2. Good running this from the Morrisville Raptors. A little bit slow in the release, and Lahiru Malanta took off. Normally you see these rundowns to third man just be 1. Lahiru very aggressive in the running, goes back for 2.
Yeah, that's excellent running there between these two. We saw that earlier as well. In this innings, the running between them has been great, converting those singles into 2s. And that once again goes back to that intent that we've seen.
And Lahiru left-hander, he's very aggressive in terms of he likes to play the big shots, but also he's not going to sit back and just eat up dot balls. He's always looking to take 1, make 1, 2. Something to watch for the Manhattan Yorkers. Yadram gives some width, and Lahiru unable to capitalize. There is no one at deep point. Just a swing and a miss there for Lahiru.
Yeah, and then going back to Bhaskar Yadram, the leading wicket taker in the Atlantic Conference till now. 9 wickets he's gotten. At 4 wicket all, as you were saying yesterday. Before that, he got 2 wickets. And then 3 wickets in the opening game for the Manhattan Yorkers. So he's been really good, and they need him to break this partnership now. 46 from 33 balls, nearing the end of the power play.
Again, it's been a brilliant power play for the Morrisville Raptors. You ever got past 50 without any wickets down, you feel like you definitely won the first 6 overs. Down the ground, over point though, this time from Lahiru Malanta, and that's going to be 4 more along the carpet. Again, maybe not the smoothest of shots, probably caught a little bit of the outer part of the bat, but it ends up being 4 more nonetheless.
Yeah, don't think he was intending to hit it there over that point region, but the scorecard shows the boundary. They've got the 4 runs, and that'll bring up the 50 for the Morrisville Raptors as well. Comes in just the 6th over, so Lahiru Malanta on 22, Vinod Kumar on 26. Both have been looking really good today.
Yeah, both have looked in sublime touch, haven't they? Again, they made the change of taking Rohit Phadke out of the top of the order, moving in Vinod Kumar. Didn't work in the first matchup against Philadelphia, but today it's working wonders. And Lahiru, he's still got a couple of deliveries left to face. 3 more in the over from Bhaskar Yadram. Goes short and not going to be deemed wide by the umpire. Just 1 for the over. Again, Bhaskar all from the shoulder. Kind of a slowish run up to the crease and then just fires it in. And he digs it in on a length. And that's kind of the length that we've seen on turf wickets be very deadly, because you never know, especially on the 5th day using it, never know what could really happen off the wicket. So here we go, Bhaskar Yadram back in. This time Fuller and length slowed it down, rolled his fingers over the ball, but Lahiru does well not to take a big swipe at it, just strokes it to fine leg for one. So finally gets the opportunity to bowl to the right-handed Vinod Kumar, and I think he's going to enjoy bowling to the right-hander more just because of the way he can shape it away, but also angle it in. So that angle in and shape away can be very deadly against that right-hander.
And Bhaskar Yadram now in this over, he did get it for that one boundary, but he's only gone for a total of 7 runs, so...
Yeah, good over. Again, it's just been the boundary, a couple of dot balls. This one is definitely going to be deemed wide by the umpire. Good athletic stop by the skipper behind the stumps with the gloves on his hand. Again, went for the short one again, this time well over the head of the batsman, and it also is a free hit. He was given the one for the over. This is a no ball, and Vinod Kumar, who's already looking to be aggressive, gets a free license to do so.
Yeah, and Bhaskar Yadram, he'd been bowling well, now trying to finish his over off with a bouncer, or with a short ball at least, because he's already bowled that one above the shoulders, but didn't get it right.
Well, here we go. Free hit ball in for Vinod Kumar. He's 26 from 16. And that one's lifted over the leg side. Fielder is running around, and he is going to be able to stop that, cut it just for 2. So again, free hit ball didn't result in a boundary. You'll take that if you're the Manhattan Yorkers. And that is going to do it for the 6th over. The power play ends. A very good power play for the Raptors. 54 without loss. Welcome back here to Church Street Park. Raj Patel coming back in for his 2nd over, bowling to Lahiru Malanta. Lahiru waits on it. It was a slower one, works it through the offside. Going to work it well enough for 4. This one, a touch of finesse there from the lefty.
Yeah, it's been the placement that these two have gotten. And remember, we saw one through the covers a couple of overs back, which pierced the field. This one, similar. And both these batsmen, it hasn't been that power shot that they've been hitting, not a single 6, but along the ground they've been playing really good shots. 9 boundaries between the duo.
And like you mentioned, not a 6 included in that, and it's not because they haven't been trying, it's just because they've been so good along the carpet making use of this vast outfield. And they know that the Yorkers mix up deliveries quite well. So just not trying to overhit the balls now. And this one cut away through the cover region. Is it going to be the sweeper cover? No, good work out there in the deep to keep it just to 2. Again, could he easily slid away for 4, but the sweeper cover was quick enough and used his hands well enough to keep that one down to 2. But again, this is shades of what we saw Syed Abdullah do yesterday, what we saw Sagar Patel do today. Just some finesse rather than try to overhit the ball.
And it's really beautiful to see these shots, especially the cover drives that we've seen a couple of this time on the leg side.
Just gonna be one. But like you said, it's been beautiful to watch because it's just been technical, classic batting. And I think the Vinod Kumar shot through wide mid-off was really special to watch. Split 3 fielders, bisected them perfectly. We have to say trisect them because you got 3. And you can see the fans starting to trickle in here. Sun's gone a little bit further down. It's a little bit cooler than it was a moment ago. Still very, very sticky, however. Very, very humid. And the Raptors are going to make sure the Yorkers have to be out there for 20 overs. This one just a little extra bounce that time from Raj. And this is what he does really well. He's able to hit the deck and let the ball do the work from there.
Yeah, and then there you can see some fans coming in, and I think we'll see a lot more as the afternoon goes along, as we come into the evening, as the weather becomes a bit cooler.
Raj Patel would hope to get a wicket before the rest of the fans show up. And we're here in the 7th over. It's been all Raptors so far. And that one just cuts in once again. Lahiru quick off the block to go and get that single. Smart running. Again, it was a good delivery. Didn't deserve to be any runs off of it. That was that off cutter, back of a length. You can see all the fans just kind of huddled in the shade over there. Anyone that can get shade will take shade. The sun is beating down, and again, you can see the former mayor, Mark Stolman, having a conversation with a couple of the visitors. And again, he's picked up the game quite nicely and has really been a leader in the community, getting Church Street Park here, a big supporter of the team, and is always here at the ground trying to help out. Oh, look at this from Lahiru. Tried to split the infield. It was very, very late on it. Used his hands quite well. The fielder does well. That's going to do it. 7 overs gone, 63 without loss.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
And here we go, another bowling change. It's Devashree Prasad coming in to bowl. Again, had a decent stint with the ball in the previous match. Probably the slowest of the bowlers here for the Yorkers, but he's pretty consistent. Either is going to go Yorker length or hits the deck hard. And it's just going to kind of make you reach. I think he's adjusted the turf quite well. And, on Astro, you make and you reach, but here he's more so kept it around off stump.
Yeah, and that's the 6th bowler that Manhattan have used inside the first 8 overs. So really looking to try out their options and break this partnership.
Yeah, that's what the pressure of these runs have done to the Manhattan Yorkers, never allowing them to stay comfortable with any of the bowlers they've used. Again, they only used John Ross for 1 over. And they may turn to the young leg spinner Surya, the under-19 player. Oh, Lahiru Malanta going for the big wipe, and again the slower ball there from Devashree. He's again probably the slowest of the lot, but also has a slower ball. He uses his fingers to wrap around it. Just deceiving Lahiru Malanta in the flight.
And for
this time it's hit straight back though, and it's just going to be 1. Jay, continue.
Yeah, and I was saying that for the Morrisville Raptors, if we have a look, besides that one over where they hit 3 consecutive boundaries towards the beginning of the innings, we've really seen since then that it's just been that 1 boundary per over, and besides that it's just been singles and twos for them, rotating strike, and with that they've been getting 8, 9, 10 runs and over, just playing it safe without hitting those big shots. Going back to that point, not a single 6 we've seen, 9 boundaries in the first 8 overs, and yet they're going at nearly 9 and over.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's just been the running and aggressive running from Lahiru and Vinod as Vinod comes down. And again, this is why they brought David Sri Prasad to come bowl. It's just his ability to keep it around that off stump, slow things down, be on a length, and let the pitch do the talking. Again, nothing fancy about what he does. Just comes in and bowls his deliveries. But maybe that's exactly what the Yorkers need to break this opening partnership. This time bat on ball, but just to third man, no run on offer. And it's really the first time we've seen dot balls pile on top of each other for the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, the 3rd dot ball now in this over, just the first 4 deliveries and just the 1 run coming from it. So David Sri Prasad, he's been bowling well, and this will build a bit of pressure, and that could lead to a wicket for the Manhattan Yorkers. That's what they'd be hoping for. A few good deliveries this time, short. Wait for the call by the umpire.
He's not going to give it a wide, just the warning. I thought at first he was ready to give it, but his partner at square leg told him no, and I think it was the right decision. Just went through the neck area of the batsman. And allowed 1 of those for all of our first-time viewers. If he bowls another one like that, he'll be given a no ball, and the batsman will have a free hit. This time back of a length, and again, only being able to be worked to third man. So an impressive over here from David Sri Prasad, and that's going to do it. 8 overs gone, 64 without loss. So here we go, Bhaskar Yadram once again into the attack. Again, we're going to look to back up his 4-wicket haul yesterday. Never easy to bowl back-to-back days, never easy to play on back-to-back days. The Morrisville Raptors coming off a day's worth of rest, but their 3rd match overall here on the holiday weekend. Lahiru moves well across the stumps. It's up in the air, going to fall short of the man as sweeper cover. Really well done there for Bhaskar Yadram, following Lahiru Malanta outside the line. Again, had he just bowled that one on middle or off, it would have been behind point and gone all the way for 4.
Yes, that's smart bowling from Bhaskar Yadram to adjust there at that last moment. And a change of ends for him as well. His first over went for 10 runs. Now a change of ends, so he's coming in from the other end. It'll be interesting to see how he goes from here.
Yeah, coming in from the Shiloh end. Again, the 3rd man goes out for Vinod Kumar, so maybe gonna go much shorter. Again, keeps following Vinod Kumar, but a quick single taking, gonna be given byes by the umpire, unable to handle it cleanly. Rajdeep, the skipper. And again, Vinod Kumar able to get off strike through byes. Quick running from the Manhattan Yorkers. Excuse me, from the Morrisville Raptors against the Manhattan Yorkers. A little sloppy work there from Manhattan. resets. That sweeper cover out in a loaded leg side field. There's a third man for the left-hander. So again, showing that he's going to bowl back of a length. Lahiru might just try to whip it through the leg side. Try to go over fine leg, Lahiru. Try to play a 360 type of shot. It just kept following him, was a little bit too close, and Lahiru, just a quick look away. I think he's just going to tell himself, I need to reset and reassess the way I'm playing.
Yeah, and then going back to this field, the Manhattan Yorkers, they've spread it far on the leg side, and the Morrisville Raptors, besides that one shot earlier in the over where Bhaskar Yadram adjusted based on where the batsman was going, besides that one shot, we haven't seen these batsmen trying to hit those sixes, trying to get those power hits in.
Now we're seeing him again making room. This time it's over point. Fielder has to make a lot of room. He's not going to get there. One bounce over the rope. Bhaskar Yadram, he slowed it down. Lahiru waited for it and was able to get on top of it. Puts it in front of point, and that's four for Lahiru Malanta.
Yeah, and I think with the batting that the Morrisville Raptors have to come, these two now with full license to accelerate, to get those big shots in. They've done their job at the top, providing that excellent start for the Morrisville Raptors, and now it's just get as many runs as you can quickly, get that momentum going, because after this, Morrisville have still got quite the batting to come.
Absolutely, quite the batting to come in the form of Obis Pinar, but it's Lahiru Malanta who pushes this one through the offside. They're going to think about two. They are going to get two. And again, smart, quick running, putting pressure on the fielders of the Manhattan Yorkers. Not much quicker. The fielder at long off could have gotten the ball and threw it in. And again, causing some frustration on the face of Bhaskar Yadram and this Yorker side. It's hot, it's sticky, and you're just allowing these Raptors, even when you pile on dot balls, they just make these dot ball singles, these singles twos, and when they put a boundary away, it just really hurts you.
And these two now continuing to put that pressure on the opposition, on the fielders, on the bowlers as well. And of course you've got that right-left combination, so that also tiring the fielders out. Putting all of that together, Morrisville Raptors, they've really put that pressure on. They're really tiring the fielders out. So now we could even see a bit of frustration here from the Manhattan Yorkers.
Well, here we go. Last ball of the ninth, last ball of Bhaskar's second, and it's worked over fine leg. He wanted that shot earlier in the over, and he just uses the pace of Bhaskar Yadram, puts it over the top. What's the signal from the umpire? It looks like it's going to be deemed 4, just one bounce. Lahiru saying it looked to be 6 to me, and we had calls for 6 here. Lahiru thinks it's 6, but 4 is given by the umpire, and that is going to do it. 9 overs gone, 76 without loss.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
So the umpire has changed his wording. It looked from our vantage point like it was a 6, and it is going to be given 6. Lahiru Malanta was adamant about it being 1, and the umpire is convening and changing the call, so that means it is going to be 78 after 9 overs. Again, a fantastic start out to the match. And it is going to go back to David Sri Prasad, excuse me. Again, he only gave up just maybe 1 run. Yeah, just 1 run in his first over. But this one's just going to be worked out to sweep a cover. Should be kept to 1, and it is just going to be kept to 1. And really the only time we've seen him go wide and full, other than that, it's been back of a length right on stumps.
Yeah, Deveshwari Prasad, he's been bowling really well. And he created that pressure a couple of overs ago. And now he's back, just the 1 run off the first delivery. Just the 2 runs he's given in his 7 deliveries till now, which is just absolutely brilliant. When a team's going at 8.6 runs and over, haven't lost a single wicket, looking to accelerate, yet they're not able to score off of Deveshwari Prasad.
Lahiru showing some movement and not able to get onto it. He's upset with that. Just looking to tickle it down to third man, trying to squeeze it in between that short third man there. And you can see Lahiru every delivery now. Just make that little subtle trigger, we'll say. Subtle movement to see if he can throw off the bowler's rhythm, throw off his line. But Prasad, he's been consistent. This time fuller and slower. And just work to the leg side. They're thinking about 2, and they say no. Oh, no, they do say yes. There's a little bit of a fumble, and it allows them, again, putting pressure on these fielders, and that's what's causing these unnecessary extras, the pressure being put on them by the 2 men in the middle.
Yeah, and fielders, they've got to back their bowlers up. Deveshwari Prasad, he's been bowling really well, and then when you have misfields out there that can really relieve the pressure, kind of undo the work, all the good work that Prasad's been doing, the bowler's been doing. And that's really not what you want as a fielding side when the opposition is 81 for no loss in the 10th.
Absolutely, it's already hard. You got to make it easy on yourselves. That's a beautiful shot there from Lahiru. Has he gotten all of it? It looks like it is going to be a couple of bounces to the fielder. Just kind of died once it hit the grass, but he just lifted it over the top. Another slower one. He picked it, and he's going to come back for 2.
Yeah, comes back for the second. Still, it's been a good over. Just the 5 runs with 2 balls to go. So Prasad, despite a couple of good shots, he's still been bowling really well.
Lahiru on 49, and he's going to go and get to his 50. Lahiru Malanta, 50 in 35 deliveries. It's been a great 50 for him, start of the innings. We see a bat raise, just a glove, and there goes the bat. And again, it's a big innings for the Morrisville Raptors, trying to put pressure. Again, he's played so well to start us off. A couple of nice shots all along the ground. Not a 1-6 to his name that was scooped around for Bhaskar Yadram, but a big innings for the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, Lahiru Malanta, a very good innings from him. His first 50 in this edition of Toyota's Minor League Cricket 2022, presented by Sunoco.
Brilliant. This time it's Vinod Kumar. He's tipped this one up in the air, found the top edge of the bat. Will it find the boundary rope? Oh, it's been great work down there done at fine leg. Again, I was judging it kind of swirling up in the air and was able to save 4 runs there. Did really well. Run over the boundary, pushes it back to his teammate, and that's going to do it. We're halfway through the first innings, 86 without loss. Here we go. You see lovely Church Street Park. The dugouts, the playground, the shelter, and the flag down the background. Happy Independence Day to everybody watching. Lahiru Malanta comes down the track and hits it straight on to the spinner in Raj Bhavsar, and I think he's caught him straight into hands. And Lahiru saying, sorry, my bad. And it's a very big sting. It was cracked off the bat. Gonna hope he's okay.
That was it really hard. Raj Bhavsar's first delivery in the game. And Lahiru Malanta there coming after him.
Again, just hit him square in the hands. It's never easy, and it's gonna always hurt. Again, it cracked off of Lahiru Malanta's bat. The sound off the bat was explosive, and I'm sure it felt just as explosive into his left hand, the one he's holding. Again, just get some water, and I think he'll be fine. Maybe hold a piece of ice for a little bit. But I think he'll be ready to bowl. Just shake that shock off of his left hand. If we talk about Raj Bhavsar and what he doesn't give you much room. He usually keeps it on stumps, and he feels very equipped to bowl on turf because of the way he flights up the ball through most of his time in the Northeast, bowling on Astro or matting. Here he's going to get the full use of the turf. Hopefully that left hand's good enough for him to be able to roll over, but like we said, gives a lot of flight, keeps it on stumps, something that is always deadly here on a natural turf wicket.
And an experienced player is Raj Bhavsar. He's bowled in 2 innings till now. In the last game he bowled 1 over for 12, but before that 2 for 16 in 4 overs, and that's the kind of performance Manhattan Yorkers really need at this stage. Someone economical to come in, more importantly, someone who can provide a breakthrough here.
Here we go, back in for the second delivery of the over. Again comes down the track, and there he goes. Like we said, offers flight. Lahiru undone in a similar fashion in the first couple of games. This time, once again, coming down the track, missing it altogether. And one of the easiest stumpings, Raj Bhavsar immediately strikes in his second delivery of the 11th over.
Yeah, Manhattan Yorkers, they needed a wicket. They needed to break this opening partnership. And it's Raj Bhavsar off just his second delivery. He's done it. He's sent Lahiru Malanta back. And Manhattan Yorkers, the door has opened for them a bit. Now, can they capitalize after this wicket? Can they bring the game back into their direction?
Yeah, 15 out for Lahiru. Again, we saw a similar fashion in the first matchup against the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. Similarly, again, to another spinner. Just looking to come down the track, missing it all together outside the line of stumps. It looks like they sent out the big tall man, Obis Pinar, at the 1 down spot. They sent out Sanjay Stanley in the match against the Philadelphians at 1 down. That was very early on. Again, the first over, they lost that first wicket. Now, they send out Obis Pinar with this platform. If he gets in full flow, he's going to be a very dangerous player. Dame Pete with the prediction that he was going to be the MVP of the league by the end of it. Again, he was dealing with COVID before the first match. He's just trying to get his energy back, get his rhythm back, and seemed to get it back in the final over against the Philadelphians, hitting 3 consecutive boundaries. So we'll see what he has in store here for the Morrisville Raptors.
Obis PNR hit 40 odd in the last game against the Philadelphians. Went into the super over, which Morrisville ended up winning.
Was a lefty to the right-handed Pinar, and that one through the covers straight away. 2 a wide, long off. Just going to be kept to 1, but again, you can see the timing on that one right away. You can struggle with timing in the first 2 matches. Seems to be finding some rhythm. Again, very good player on turf. Loved playing at this ground in the USA warm-up matches that they played against the MILC 11. This time it's Vinod who comes down the track, finds an inside edge just for 1. Lucky enough for him, didn't go on to hit stumps. Raj Bhavsar not understanding how that one missing. But again, a 1 run nonetheless. And that's the important stage for the Raptors. You got to make sure now that you lose this wicket, you don't just eat up dot balls. You at least keep the singles going. The boundaries would be great, but as long as you're continuing to get 6 runs and over, keep yourself in the opportunity at a score of 180, 190. This one just straight out to the covers. That time Raj Bhavsar just pulled the length a little bit, rolled a couple of fuller deliveries. I'm just trying to keep Obis Pinar off balance. Someone who usually will stay in his crease and hit from there. Just want to throw different lengths at him. And it is going to be deemed wide by the umpire. Vinod thought about coming down, opted out of it very late, and ends up getting back inside his crease. Wide given, and he's going to have to re-bowl this delivery. 90 on the board for the Raptors here. Last ball of the 11th. Comes down the track, hits it straight to short cover, and there's no run to be had. So that's going to do it. 11 overs gone, 90 for the loss of 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
It's going to be David Sri Prasad back in. This time to Obis Pinar. Looked like it was about to be chopped on, just chopped to the edge of the wicket. And Vinod quick off the blocks to get that quick single. Again, it's just a change of pace. And that length right outside the off stump that's made it really difficult for the batsman today playing David Sri Prasad.
And for the Morrisville Raptors, things have slowed down a bit in the last couple of overs, leading up to that Milanta wicket after that as well.
This one slower and full is hit straight back down the ground, but again, no singles, so it's a good recovery here from the Manhattan Yorkers. Again, taking that wicket of Milanta, slowing things up before that. Now just trying to pull that current run rate down. Again, if you can hold this team under a score of 150, you're going to feel good about chasing it. If you let them get to 160 to 180, you're going to feel that scoreboard pressure all the way through your innings. It's not impossible to get. This one very, very slow down the leg side. Obis was on a knee very quickly. Had to wait for it for quite some time. But it's going to be deemed wide, so Prasad has to bowl that one again.
And things, as you said, they have slowed down a bit. David Sri Prasad, the Raj Bhavsar, they've been bowling really well. And for the Morrisville Raptors, they'd want to continue to see the runs flowing, this time advancing down the track. It's gone up in the air. We'll just roll to the fielder though. PNR not getting the connection on that one. But these two, they've been bowling well, and for the Morrisville Raptors, they'd really want to continue to see those runs flowing because they've got 9 wickets in hand. 8 overs remaining in the game, and what you don't want is that momentum to really shift towards Manhattan.
Well, this one is up in the air, should be taken. No, it's just going to fall short. A fine leg. He was circling it around. It dipped very, very quickly. Another opportunity, half chance really. That doesn't go the way of the Manhattan Yorkers. Ends up being 1 for the Morrisville Raptors. Again, when you talk about this Raptors side, you want to keep taking wickets. If you let just these wickets stay in the hands of the Raptors, you give the big bats at the end, Colin Archibald, Abhiram Bolasetti at the end, have the license to go big and just hit like we saw Shamar Springer do earlier today. As Obis PNR just puts it straight back down the ground. Just going to be 1, 2. Oh, a little bit of a misfield allows it to go for 4. Should have really been kept to 1. It looks like it's Bhaskar Yadram out there on the rope. And again, some more mishappenings in the field. David Sri Prasad going to give up 4 in the most unluckiest of ways. And as soon as they had the pressure of the Yorkers, they kind of gave it back to the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, and you could say that that's a bit of pressure there. Manhattan Yorkers, they had things going their way, but then again, you look at the score, Morrisville Raptors 99 for 1 in the 12th over. And for the Morrisville side, that's exactly what they would have wanted there.
And that's a great shot from Pinar back down the ground. Should be kept to one, and it is no mishappenings in the field on this delivery. So that is going to do it. 12 overs gone, and the 100 comes up for the Morrisville Raptors. Obis Pinar went for the reverse, unable to connect on that one. Raj Bafsar has kept things tight, made things difficult again, getting the wicket of Lahiru Malanta, just going for 4 runs in his first over. And Obis Pinar through the covers. Sweeper should keep it down to 1. Jay, what do you think Raj Bafsar is doing really well here to keep the Morrisville Raptors in check?
Well, I think it's not as much of him turning the ball as a spinner, but mainly his line and length. He's kept it tight. He's really made sure that these two haven't allowed them to score. That one's gone up in the air. It clears the boundary for 6. Just saying how tight Raj Bafsar's line and length was, but on that occasion, it's Vinod who takes him on, and he gets a full connection for that maximum.
Yeah, Vinod, they kind of slowed down in the previous couple of overs, but again, you saw some width there from Raj Bafsar, and I think he's trying to dare him to hit against the wind. You can see him pick up the grass and flickle it down. The wind is blowing in that direction, and so we got the wind to his back. It's been a brilliant shot. It's gone. Has it gone under a car? Yeah, they got to use a cricket bat to go get it. Again, everyone is super excited, not just the kids to get the ball, but again, Raj Bafsar gives up a 6. Vinod, he's had enough of just sitting back and waiting. He moves into the 40s with that boundary. Again, just takes some of the pressure away from a Raptors side where it's been hard to score off Raj Bafsar, hard to score off of Prashad.
107 for 1 in the 13th over, and that's just the second 6 of the entire innings. Lahiru Malanta hit 1, and this time Vinod Kandaswamy with his first 6 of the innings. So really goes on to show how good the running's been and the shots along the ground for 4.
This one should be deemed wide. No, he moved across his stumps, but I still thought it was well outside the off stump, still well outside that wide line, but not budging the umpire. Vinod's now standing outside the off stump. This one over covers as he beat the fielder out there. No, I think it'll just be a couple of bounces to him. Oh, and another misfield out in the deep, and it's going to be another 4. First, it was Bhaskar Yadram. This time, it's Raj Patel. His misfield cost 4 runs. Again, he's running to his left. It's never easy low to the ground, but really going to look regulation when you look at it again. Vinod gifted a second boundary in the over.
Pressure, pressure, and pressure there on the Manhattan Yorkers. They've really allowed the Morrisville Raptors to continue getting those runs. After that wicket, we can really see teams sometimes with the ball in the field really tighten up, make sure that the batsmen aren't able to get runs. Manhattan Yorkers, they haven't been able to do that.
Let's see what Vinod has in store. Look to cut it, not going to be given wide. He was standing well outside the off stump. This one was a little bit closer, and I can understand this call. The first one, I don't agree with at all, and that is going to do it. 13 overs gone, all ones on the board, 111 for the loss of 1.
1, 2, 3.
So here we go. We're going to get to see young Surya, the under 19 member of the side. He is a leg spinner, plays up in New York. Got to speak with him last year. Looking for options, and this one is cut away through the offside. Gonna hit sweeper for one. Again, what Surya does, he's rather flat through the air. He's played a lot of his cricket on matting in Astro. So if he can give some flight on the ball, and not a big turner of it, but if he keeps it tight, we've seen wickets fall in that fashion. Vinod has been eager to come down. We'll see if he does it again. He does do it again. He hits it straight back, and Surya, that's a drop chance. It's hit back so quickly. But he got both his hands up, and you can see the reaction from the skipper behind the stumps. Again, it's not a bad effort there, but he's put it down. Giving a life here, Vinod, in his 40s.
Manhattan.
This time, just straight to the man short cover.
Yeah, Manhattan, they would have loved their second wicket there. The other opener, but having a look at the bowlers. The 8th bowling option now used.
Absolutely, they go into all the options as Obis Pinar goes straight back down the ground. That's the first option you think of as a batsman. That one is maybe one of the biggest of the day. Clearly a 6, and Obis Pinar taking a liking to the youngster.
Brilliant shot there by Obis Pinar. Got it off the middle of the bat, and that one sailed a long way over.
Yeah, that one over the side screen, probably into the creek. The creek deemed and named by Dane P. the Sanjay Stanley Creek. He says when he does power hitting, he's probably hit 20, 30 of those balls into that creek. So we're going to get to see the case of balls brought back out into the middle, courtesy this time of Obis Pinar. Again, Obis really seemed to find rhythm in that final over against the Philadelphians, hitting 3 consecutive fours. He's carried that over into this match. And how big does that drop look now if you're Surya? Again, of course, you didn't drop Obis, but if you take that wicket, now Obis maybe doesn't have the comfort to come down the track and try that big shot.
Yeah, and we've seen that batsmen, they're reluctant to really go for their shots when a wicket falls in the over, in a couple of overs after that wicket. They really just look to work the ball around the ground, just take those singles, take those twos. And so those drop chances, even though Obis Pinar, not the batsman who was dropped, still it'll be costly for the Manhattan Yorkers.
Definitely will be costly for the Manhattan Yorkers, and the Raptors will love it. 119 on the board here in the 14th, and they're going to want to push to a score above 180. Can they get to 190, maybe 200? The Atlanta Lightning, they got to 200 yesterday. Again, one of the best shots of the tournament for me against Najib Shah. Heath Richards with a switch hit over point for 6 on his first delivery. How does Surya respond, though, from that 6? This time it's over the top of the infield. Sweeper is cutting around. Should be able to cut this one off. Yes, does well to do so. Keeps it to just 2. But again, Obis Pinar looks in full flow at the moment.
Absolutely, and Pinar, he can be very dangerous. And we saw that one shot really... It shows how dangerous Pinar can be. If he gets set, then...
Well, this time he made some room for himself and sends it over wide, long off. How dangerous he can be. The signal from the fielder inside the circle is 6. And Dane Pete, this is why he said that Obis Pinar would be the MVP of the league when it's all said and done. This one lifted over the top, and that's going to finish off 14 overs, 127 for the loss of 1.
बैठ को फोन करके बोल मैं सामने खड़ा हूँ उसको बता के करोगे वो नहीं नहीं पिच के रीडर जा रहे तू बैठ हम फॉलोइंग में क्यों निकालने में सारा टीम मेहनत करता है यार ये तो चला ही
Welcome back to the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. All the action you've seen during your holiday weekend not possible without the aforementioned sponsors or Dafa News. As a note, cuts this one over point as John Ross Campbell back into the attack. And again, Obis Pinar finding some rhythm. I think the skipper wants to bring in John Ross Campbell to try to throw some of that off. And Campbell went for 9 in his first over, relatively economical. Campbell love the wicket here of Obis Pinar. What delivery does he bowl? If he gives some flight, Obis may come down. It was quick, and he's cleaned him up. Obis looking for that big slog sweep. That's how he's gotten out on countless occasions here at Church Street Park. And once again, it was quicker through the air, went for the big slog, and he's hit off stump John Ross Campbell, done exactly what he's been brought in to do.
Yeah, massive wicket there. Obis PNR gone for 25. And John Campbell there with the wicket. Manhattan Yorkers now. Can they fight their way back into this game? Morrisville Raptors 128. 5 overs still remaining. And it's now really the time. Morrisville Raptors, if they can capitalize, or if the Manhattan Yorkers, they can really come back as this energized team to say after that wicket of Obis PNR.
Yeah, and it's going to be Abhiram Bolasetti coming in, and I think it makes a lot of sense to me. Again, we saw what he did against Anirudh Emanuel in the Philadelphians match. I think he really turned the game around. Had he not had those flurry of boundaries, Colin Archibald then walks into a position where the game is now requiring 14, 15 runs rather than 10, 11. So that's why they sent him out 15th over. They wanted to send out their hitters. They're going to use Abhiram as the hitters. Played a lot at Church Street Park. Seen him hit a lot of big sixes, over cover, over cow corner. Not afraid to express himself and play his shots. And again, holding Colin Archibald back. And I think if there were a wicket to fall after this one, I think it would be Colin Archibald. Send in your big hitters. Again, Abhiram promoted up the order just because of the position in which this wicket fell. Had it fallen earlier, you would have seen a Sanjay Stanley or a Rohan Phadke. Because you need some big shots, they feel Abhiram Bolasetti can get things going quicker. So let's see what he has in store for the West Indies captain, John Ross Campbell. And it's straight back down the ground. What do we say? Not afraid to express himself. It was pushed out wide. Abhiram gets his arms all the way there and is straight as an arrow. It's one bounce over the rope for 4.
That's exactly why he was sent out to bat there. Get those quick runs. Get that acceleration, and Abhiram Bolasetti, that's exactly what he's done from ball 1. It's straight down the ground for 4.
Like we said, he took a liking to Anirudh Emanuel, the spinner. Played him straight back down the ground. Today, he's doing the same thing. And this one is just missed by Abhiram, looking to cut this one away. Again, Campbell a little bit quicker, pulled the length back from Abhiram Bolasetti. This time moves well across his stumps and is just looking to work it down to third man. Again, he's very expressive. Abhiram is going to show off his shots. And this one is just punched straight back down the ground. A little more straight bat. Felt that ball was fairly similar to the one Obis Pinar got out to. And quick and angled into that off stump.
Yeah, and then Bolasetti on that occasion.
And we'll get to that thought in a minute. Jay, 15 overs gone, 133 for the loss of 2.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park. It's Abhiram Bolasetti on strike. Just the one over from Surya. They're going to Norman Iftikhar. And a thick outside edge is going to run away for 4. Abhiram, he's going to slash and slash hard. It was fine enough to get between third man and the keeper. And it's run all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, boundary start off Norman. If there's a spell here towards the death, he's still got 3 overs to go. His first one went for 14, and this time Abhiram Bolasetti getting that thick edge, which runs away to the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, he was a strike bowler for them yesterday against the Atlanta Lightning. Bowled really well today, just haven't had that same type of success. And again, Abhiram Bolasetti, it's not the way he would have liked it, but the way he'll take it. He's going to go and play all of his shots and slash hard. They're going to send out a third man now, just trying to save that single. But again, if you continue to bowl back with length, wouldn't be surprised to see Abhiram stand a little bit further back in his crease and try to pump him over point or a vacant backwards square. Moves well across, and that one's over the top of cover. Sweeper coming around, but he is going to get there, keep it to 2. Quick between the wickets, these two.
Bolasetti's playing this field really well based on the changes being made by the Manhattan Yorkers. He's picking his shots, and he's picking them well. That fielder there at sweeper cover, coming around for that delivery. But Bolasetti continues to play some smart shots here.
Yeah, Abhiram Bolasetti picked on the USA Under-19 team as a bowler, but showing that he is much more with the bat as well. This time is hit straight back over the top. Fielder's there, but it's well over him, showing off the power, and that's why he's been sent in. He's got a little bit of width, it's short, and he sent it straight over the top of long off for 6. Abhiram Bolasetti putting on a show here at Church Street Park.
Yes, 17 runs from just 7 deliveries now for him. And Bolasetti doing exactly what he was sent out to do and making sure that the Morrisville Raptors, they don't slow down after a wicket falls, which is exactly what they wouldn't want to do. So Abhiram Bolasetti here doing really well for the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, and it looks like a great call from the skipper. Again, we talked a little bit. He said this is the kind of role he wants to use Abhiram in as a pinch hitter. And now they're making a push towards 200 at the moment. They get a couple more of these big shots. 200's definitely in play. Moves well across the stumps. Looks to go over the top of square leg. Has he got enough? Yes, he has. The innovation here from the young Abhiram Bolasetti. That's another 6 back to back. And the crowd is loving it. His team is loving it. Everybody loving it. Abhiram Bolasetti, another 6, this time with a little bit more of his favorite player in mind. He loves A.B. de Villiers, and that is a classic ABD shot.
It is a classic ABD shot, and Bolasetti here, he's playing all directions of the ground. 360 player, truly just like A.B. de Villiers, and you cannot set a field for this. Manhattan Yorkers, they put a fielder out somewhere. Bolasetti's going to hit in the other direction. And he is really causing some problems there for the Manhattan Yorkers.
Well, here we go. Can you make it 3 this time? It's a thick outside edge. It's going to bounce, and it's going to bounce over the rope. That's two back boundaries here from Abhiram Bolasetti. That's his 4th of the over. An expensive one once again from Norman Iftikhar. But again, Abhiram showing the intent. And when we talk about 200, it is definitely on for the Morrisville Raptors.
This over's already gone for 22 with 1 delivery still remaining. 4, 2, 6, 6, 4. And Bolasetti, he is really loving it out there.
Yeah, he loves this ground. It's his home ground. Plays a lot of cricket here. Performed really well in the T10 tournament hosted by TCL, the local league. Again, seen him play a lot of big shots, and he's playing them all right now. This time comes down the track, straight back down the track. Might be the biggest of them all. You can hear the cheers. Another 6. Abhiram Bolasetti, take a bow, young man. He's had an incredible inning so far, and that's going to do it. 16 overs gone, 161 for the loss of 2.
ना उसके लिए आपको लाइव कर रहे हैं अभी, आप पहले डेड थे। ये खराटे कौन ले रही है साले भाई? क्या ये सो रहे हो क्या?
भाई रेड बुल नहीं मिली इनको।
ये जुनेद ये पता है बाबा भाई है।
Welcome back here to Church Street Park, the site of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. All the action you've seen here on Independence Day and the weekend because of the aforementioned sponsors and the official sponsor in Dafa News, Bhaskar Yadram. He's back into the attack and he'll be bowling to Vinod Kumar. He's got a backup of 28 run over. Vinod Kumar has been stuck at 47 for some time. Sits straight back. It's just come off the hands of Bhaskar Yadram for one. But now all eyes are going to be on young Abhiram Bolasetti, who's catapulted to 33 from 10, batting at a 330 strike rate at the moment. And again, if he gets a couple more away, 200 might look to be too small for the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, and in bowling to him, Bhaskar Yadram, who would usually associate with that kind of a score, a 33 off 10 score. So, Abhiram Bolasetti now, where will he go?
Where will he go indeed? Bhaskar Yadram's going to go back of a length, you have to imagine. You can see Abhiram move well across the stumps again to play over fine leg. No, he goes full and straight, and it's just going to be jammed out for one. Thinking about two. Bhaskar Yadram's quick and quick enough. Keeps it to just one. A really well bowled, slower Yorker. But now, attention back on Vinod, who's on 48. Again, he's been trapped in the 40s for quite some time, been off strike for quite a while. Again, had to just watch the flurry of boundaries from Abhiram at the other end. I'm sure he was more than happy to watch 28 runs, though, go from one over. But I think he's going to want to get his hat in the ring and have his say a little bit, swing his willow around. As Dame Pete said at the toss, swing the willow around. They'd like to have a bat. Vinod Kumar, he's on 48. Goes straight back down the ground. Has he got it? Yeah, and gets to his 50 in style. No doubt about it. Raise of the bat for Vinod Kumar. It's been a brilliant knock there. Just a subtle celebration. He is 54 off of 38 deliveries. Special innings from Vinod Kumar.
Good in this tournament till now, but this innings here against the Manhattan Yorkers is an important one and a very good one.
Yeah, showing shades of what he did in Fort Lauderdale in the reduced overs game. Was 22 off 8 in that match. Hit a couple of big shots. Now it's Bhaskar Yadram back in. How does he back up being hit for 6? He does like to hit the length hard, but could go full and straight. Does go full and straight. Is hit back straight. Is it going to be 4 fielder giving chase? Is he quick enough? Yeah, made up great ground. And going to keep it to 2 runs. And again, Vinod Kumar, he's done well here. And again, the projected score climbing at the moment. 206 is the projected. And we've seen time and time again the projected score be a little less by 10, 20 runs at times. So if you're the Morrisville Raptors, you get to 220, you get to 230. Oh man, a lot of pressure would be on the Manhattan Yorkers straight away. And what does Vinod have in store? What kind of innings does he play now that he's gone to his 50? This time makes some room, looking to lift it over the top of the offside. Frustrated with that, felt like he missed out. Bhaskar Yadram going back to the length delivery.
Yeah, that's smart bowling now from Bhaskar Yadram, backing his strengths with the ball. And this over 10 runs it's gone for. Comparatively not too bad, but now for the final delivery, Bhaskar Yadram.
Well, let's look how deep Vinod is standing in his crease at the moment. Both feet inside the line, so expecting it. If he's going to go Yorker, if he's going to go short, he's going to give himself a little bit of extra time to get set. He does go full, does go straight, jams out the Yorker Vinod to end the over. That's going to do it. 17 overs gone, 172 for the loss of 2.
3 ओवर बाकी है।
So here we go back at Church Street Park. Looks like we're going to have a change in bowling after the expensive stint from Norman Ithakar. It's going to be David Sri Prasad. He's been hard to play here for the Morrisville Raptors bowlers, just going for 19 runs in his 3 overs. No wickets to his name, and 8 of those runs coming off of missed fields. So, again, been very, very tight. This one slashed through wide, long off, and that one's going to go all the way for 4 runs. He's been tight, giving a little bit of room to Vinod. And he takes that room, takes that width, and sends them back over the top.
Well, at this point, both these batsmen, it doesn't matter how well the Manhattan Yorkers bowlers may be bowling, but both these batsmen, Vinod Kumar, Abhiram Bolasetti, they will look to take them on in the death overs, and this time it's Deveshwari Prasad who's been taken to the boundary.
Well, here we go. How does Prasad respond? Got to get much straighter, maybe slows it down, does both. And Abhiram was eager to get off, and good decision. I think it's really clipped Vinod in the wrong spot. Looked like it hit him straight onto the body. Never looked like they got any bit of bat, and I think he's just a little bit rattled and shaken at the moment.
Yeah, Vinod is down for the time being. And Abhiram Bolasetti came charging down on that one. Vinod Kumar clearly not looking to run. And Bolasetti making his ground back in time.
Yeah, it was in a bit of pain there, and again, he's just hit the wrong area for Vinod Kumar. Never got any bit of bat on it, no pad, it's just straight on to the body. I think maybe a little low as well. So I think he was just stunned a little bit, just got to get some fluids in him. I think he'll be just fine, just has to rub off the shock. You can see him there, sharing a bit of a laugh with the leg umpire. As some water's being brought in for both Abhiram Bolasetti and Vinod.
He seems to be doing well now, so that's good to see. Putting that helmet back on, so he'll be continuing, of course.
And again, I think Vinod Kumar at this point is not going to be worried about his wicket, but rather is just going to be swinging his willow around. You saw in that delivery, looking to just take it over the top of fine leg. That's what he was signaling to young Abhiram Bolasetti. But again, don't want to let these dot balls eat up. Got a 4 off the first, a dot ball there. Prasad would love a couple of more dot balls to follow. And if you're Vinod, as bad as it is to say it, you'd rather have a wicket than a dot ball, just because of the fact that you have a Colin Archibald in the dugout, and this is the 18th over. You can definitely take him on. Go straight back down the ground. Fielder there. It's to him, and he's going to take it safely. Made it look nice and easy, John Ross Campbell. And it's going to be the new man at the striker's end. Again, it's been a brilliant innings from Vinod Kumar. 61 off of 44. Bat up. He's played a great innings. They didn't cross, the two of them, but he got things going from the very beginning, took things in deep, and now I think they're going to send out Colin Archibald. I think has to be the move. Sold off some big shots.
And John Campbell there in the deep, taking the catch. A very good one, and we've seen at times that with a break in play, the concentration of the batsman also disturbed a bit. And on that occasion there, Vinod Kumar, he finds the fielder, but nevertheless, a very good innings from him. 61 from 44, as you said, 7 boundaries and 2 maximums. And he's been there from the beginning, and he's really helped get Morrisville Raptors into an excellent position.
And it's Colin Archibald into the middle. Again, showed off a couple of really big shots against the Philadelphians, showed him off against the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers as well. So he's got all the power, part of the West Indies A team for a reason, picked as a bowler, but again can come in like Abhiram Bolasetti and hit the ball and hits him off all lengths. Again, likes to clear out his front foot and take it straight back 180 degrees. This time comes down, it's straight back. First ball, I'm not sure he quite connected. John Ross Campbell coming underneath it. Yeah, takes the catch quite nicely. And has to come and go. Colin Archibald, he came down the track, he just sliced it. He got onto it, could have cleared it, but Devashree Prasad showing why he's so hard to hit. And back-to-back wickets and 3 straight dot balls for the Manhattan Yorkers here in the 18th.
Well, back-to-back wickets, and that'll mean that Devashree Prasad, he's on a hat-trick now.
And you could hear the call one more. It'll be interesting to see who they send out. Do you go with yourself, Dane Pete, you're dealing with an injury? Do they go to a Rohan Phadke? Do they go to a Sanjay Stanley? Or do they try something different? Maybe an Aditya Padala, Kiran Savarna Kumar. It looks like they're going to go with number 8, Murali Krishna Ankaraju, a big-time hitter who plays in the Charlotte League here, plays in TCL, and has made a name for himself as a finisher in the local leagues, getting an opportunity to play here in the 2022 version of minor league cricket for the first time. But he'll start off at the non-striker's end. It makes sense. Again, he's a big hitter by trade, loves to hit over cow corner mid-wicket. So we'll see what he has in the offing. But it's the hat-trick ball. It's Abhiram Bolasetti, and I guarantee you Abhiram Bolasetti's not thinking about the hat-trick. He's not going to think about blocking it out. If it's there to hit, he's going to swing at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Bolasetti will be thinking of that maximum.
Well, here we go. Prasad, hat-trick ball. Big appeal. No movement from the umpire. I think it was just stifled. No Y. Was there no Y signal at all? So maybe just off of the legs of Abhiram Bolasetti.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. And so no hat-trick for Devashree Prasad.
Nevertheless, a great little stint of bowling. He's produced 4 consecutive dot balls. Always a big win in the last couple of overs. And he's going to just let a single go on the final delivery, will it be? Yes, it will be a single off the final delivery. So Abhiram Bolasetti will retain strike. 18 overs gone, 177 for the loss of 4.
ये रेड बुल है ना, इससे तेज चलता है आपका अंदर का सिस्टम दौड़। हाँ हाँ कौन? हाँ वैसे सही बात है, लेकिन पता नहीं चलेगा क्या
Mr. 360, Abhiram Bolasetti trying to create something over fine leg. Bhaskar Yadaram following him quite nice. He just found a little tickle of the bat. Again, after the initial flourish from Abhiram, he's been off strike for some time. Hasn't found that rhythm yet. So we feel like it's only a matter of time before he latches onto one.
Yeah, and that last over, it's really shifted some of the momentum in favor of the Manhattan Yorkers. Just went for the 5 runs and the 2 wickets. And so now Abhiram Bolasetti really looking to get a few big hits under his belt now.
With a momentum shift here. It's a full toss. Has been given no ball. I think it's off an overstep. They're going to push for 2. And they are going to come back for 2. Will Murali get back? Will Abhiram get there? Yes, indeed. And it is going to be a no ball. It's a free hit. I think it was given a no ball off of an overstep, not on height. The main umpire's arm came up very, very quickly, so I think he did overstep. And now, nevertheless, it is a free hit for Abhiram Bolasetti, and he gets this opportunity to completely free his arms. He's already looked good, 35 off of 14, hitting 3 4s and 3 6s. Can now, with the Morrisville Raptors at 180, can he have a really special moment here with the bat?
Well, it's an official free hit at that for Bolasetti, because the 15 deliveries he's faced, he's played them like they were free hits. He's gone after everything. So now a delivery where he cannot get out.
Well, here we go. Bhaskar Yadram. What does he have in store for young Bolasetti? It's a wide Yorker and he's missed it out. It's a brilliant delivery there from Bhaskar Yadram. Made him reach, unable to latch onto it. Smart. This is him relying on all of his experience that he has to produce that delivery.
Yeah, this is excellent bowling by Bhaskar Yadram. Backing up that over by Deveshwar Prasad now with some excellent deliveries.
So here we go. What does Abhiram Bolasetti have in store now? Again, just has been a little bit off rhythm since his initial flurry. He's been off strike for a while too. Saw 2 wickets fall in the previous over. This one he gets bat on, but it's just going to be to the fielder. They're going to push for 2. And they're going, Krish is going, and they're going to go get 2. It was a little bit slow of a throw there. He just collected, and he just waited to throw. And Krish, with the late movement down, Abhiram gets through. And they're going to go ahead and get themselves 2 runs. Sloppy work there from the Yorkers to allow Abhiram Bolasetti back on strike.
Well, I'm sure the teams playing here at Church Street Park and yourself would know better than everybody else that every single run counts. And the Manhattan Yorker, some sloppy work out there. We'll see how much it costs them in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, we do know how important every run is at Church Street Park, seeing 2 consecutive super overs, 2 consecutive super overs. Almost had 3 consecutive ones and 3 consecutive final delivery finishes, but Abhiram Bolasetti back. And there's another no ball, and it's a beautiful shot, this time over cover, 1 bounce over the rope to a kid out there. Good fielding from him. Look at the arm, gets it to the 30-yard circle from the deep. And Abhiram Bolasetti, he was that age when he started picking up a bat, and now he's here hitting it to a young man. That's 4 and a no ball, so he's got another free hit to work with. Abhiram finally gets some width and latches onto it.
Bhaskar Yadram, he bowled a pretty good over till then, but these no balls, they are going to be costly. Getting that extra run, that free hit as well. And Bolasetti 43 now from 18 with that shot. And there's still a couple of deliveries left in this over.
It feels like it should be Bhaskar Yadram batting and maybe Abhiram Bolasetti bowling, just the strike rate this is going at. But Yadram is giving Bolasetti a free hit. And again, misses out on another free hit, slowed it down. It was in his arc, but it was just the way he rolled his fingers over it, stayed low off of the surface. Abhiram feels like he missed out. And again, it's another dot ball off a free hit. But still, that's 5 runs from that delivery. And still 2 balls left here in the 19th over. They're pushing to 200. You feel if you get to 200, the scoreboard pressure is immense. That's 10 and over for the entirety of the match. It's never easy.
Yeah, and there's that psychological pressure as well, that you've gotten to that 200 mark. That'll always be there on the opposition.
Absolutely, and again, pressure is something that comes and goes, but with 200 on the board, it just kind of stays on the minds of the batting side and really takes a lot of the gas out of a bowling unit. They're not really as tight because you have 200 runs on the board. See a couple boundaries go, you're still not worried. But here we go, Abhiram Bolasetti with a couple deliveries left here in this 19th over. Does he go full and slow? Oh, Abhiram plays at a wide delivery, pushed it out because he saw the movement. Again, smart bowling from Bhaskar Yadram, spotted the late movement from Bolasetti, followed him over, and just able to score it away for third man for 1. So, Murlikrish Ankaraju, he's going to get his first opportunity with the bat. Did not bat yet in this form of minor league cricket, played last year. Again, known as a big hitter across the league. That's why he's been sent out in this spot. He's taking place for, of course, as we heard, Shiva Kumar, who's dealing with a little bit of an injury himself. So what can Murli Krishna Ankaraju do with the bat? Last delivery of the 19th. And it's just going to be a dot ball to finish it off. I think he got all ground. That was the noise you heard. So that's going to do it. 19 overs gone, 188 for the loss of 4.
जब घर से मैं टेंशन होती कि वो बेटा भी कुछ बोलता नहीं.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park. It is the final over of this first innings, and it's going to be Raj Patel with the ball in hand. Hasn't had the greatest day with the ball, and Abhiram Bolasetti's had a quick fire 44 off of 20 with the bat. The race to 200 is on, 188 on the board. Again, 6 deliveries to go. Raj Patel has been hit around today, Jay. Interesting call to bring him back. I think since he's been less expensive than maybe a Norman Iftikhar, who they usually turn to, they don't want to go away from him. Prashad has bowled out, so they can't turn there, and they don't want to go give a spinner an over.
Yeah, and Raj Patel, 2 overs for 13, so he's been pretty good today. And the Manhattan Yorkers opting for current form over that experience.
Let's see if it pays off. Abhiram Bolasetti, he's set to face the first ball of this last over. Hits the deck hard. Abhiram just bounced on him. He was looking to throw his hands through it. Opts out late. And again, a dot ball, a huge dot ball to start off this final over. Don't want to let the Yorkers don't want to let the Raptors get to that 200 mark. You get to that 200 mark, and again, like you said, the psychological pressure, the scoreboard pressure just sinks in after every delivery, after every over. You always feel like you're behind the 8 ball unless you get a couple of boundaries, and it's never easy to do straight away here at Church Street Park. And Raj Patel back in. Full straight. Abhiram, he sliced this one straight in the air. Should be taken. And settles quite nicely. Abhiram's going to miss out on a well-deserved 50. He goes 44 off of 22. Again, a quick fire innings for him. But importantly, another dot ball for the Manhattan Yorkers. Murali Krish will be on strike. But head up, young man. You've done your job valiantly for your side. Again, 44 from 22 before being dismissed.
Yeah, Bolasetti has done more than what was asked of him out there. And he's really put Morrisville Raptors in that commanding position. 188 for 5 now. 4 balls left. And Raj Patel there getting the wicket. So Manhattan Yorkers now, they've gotten that well-set wicket. They've gotten Abhiram Bolasetti, who was really the danger man out there for the time being. And now you've got 2 relatively new batsmen to the crease.
Sanjay Stanley at the non-strike, but it's Murali Krishnankaraju who's going to be facing. And he latches on to one. Has he got enough of it? It's going to be straight to the fielder, and a second wicket in the over, a third dot ball. Murali Krishnankaraju, usually such a big striker of the ball, unable to get onto it. And Surya, the young under 19, he gets a catch there, makes no mistake.
Yeah, an excellent catch taken there out in the deep. And that'll mean that we've got another bowler now on a hat-trick. This time, it's Raj Patel in the final over of the game.
Well, it's going to be Rohan Phadke coming in with the bat in hand. Not sure if Krish and Sanjay had crossed over. I think they had. There was a lot of time that ball was in the air. And they send out Rohan Phadke. He opened the innings in Florida Open the first day here at Church Street. He's been sent lower down the order. They like him in the middle. Again, these two are usually used as anchors. But Sanjay Stanley, he's been doing a lot of range hitting work. Will it pay off here? Will it work for him? Can he get one over the top? It's a hat-trick ball for Raj Patel. And this one is not going to be a hat-trick, maybe a team hat-trick if John Ross Campbell gets it out quickly enough. But it's just going to be kept to 1. So Rohan Phadke, he's going to be the man to take on at least one of these final 2 deliveries. A brilliant over here from Manhattan. Again, you would think Morrisville would have been eyeing 200, but at this stage, maybe kept under 190.
Yeah, 2 balls remaining now. 11 runs more would get them to that 200 mark, so they'll need 2 maximums if they want to get there.
Let's see what Rohan Phadke has in the offering. He likes to just take his time, but he can't, has no time to do that. Big swing and a big miss there from Rohan. So he's got 1 delivery left to cross a 190 mark. Again, a lot of runs already on the board. Let's see what Rohan Phadke can do. Raj Patel, he's bowled this final over beautifully, going for a dot, then 2 wickets, then just 1, and again, a dot ball. So just 1 run from this final over so far. You would talk about one of the best final overs that really we've seen in all of minor league cricket. And there's 1 ball left to go. Can the Raptors get past 190? Or Raj Patel show another point of excellence? It's come off the bat, and it's just going to be worked to point. So it's just going to be 2 runs to end that 20 overs. And the Morrisville Raptors are going to finish at 190. So the Manhattan Yorkers need 191 to win. It's been a brilliant innings. Lahiru Malanta 50 off of 37. Vinod Kumar, he has 61 off of 44. Obis Pinar, a couple flurries with the bat, 25 from 14. Abhiram Bolasetti, big shot maker, 44 from 22. Colin Archibald gets out first delivery. Murali Krishnan Karaju gets out second. And then Sanjay Stanley, Rohan Fadke, a run apiece in that final over. Jay, you want to talk me through what happened with the ball here for the Manhattan Yorkers?
Yeah, with the ball, quite a few bowling options used by the Manhattan Yorkers. Opened with Abhiram, 0 for 16 in his 2 overs. Norman Ivikar was also expensive, 2 overs for 42. Courtesy Abhiram Bolasetti at the death. John Campbell, 1 for 15 and 2. Decent. Raj Patel at that death over. Absolutely brilliant. 2 for 15 and 3. Bhaskar Yadram, he also went for some runs. We'll see him with the bat. That should be interesting. But with the ball, 4 overs for 45. Devesh Ray Prasad, very impressive. 2 for 24 in 4 overs. And then you had Raj Bhavsar, 2 overs, 15 runs in the 1 wicket. And then Surya, who just bowled that 1 over for 16 runs.
So there you go. That is what happened in the first innings. In the second innings, the Manhattan Yorkers will need 191 in their 20 overs. Don't go anywhere. 8 minutes until the second innings kicks off. And we'll see if the Manhattan Yorkers are up to the task. The first 2.5 overs. This time Vinod gets onto it. There's no sweeper cover. And that one's going to go over the top for 4 runs. So finally, it would get onto the back pitch. The 7th match here on the same wicket. Again short, again wide. No sweeper cover. And this one all along the carpet is 4 runs. Norman Ivikar has been far too wide and is finally... So can you do the same to Lahiru Malanta? No, it's short. It's wide again. Good effort there in the field, but it races all the way along the carpet. Once Lahiru connects, it's going to...
And that's continuing even against Abhiram, as that one is driven through the covers and it'll reach the boundary for 4. Beautiful off the bat of Vinod Kumar.
A couple of years ago, but since hasn't really been back. This time again wide, this time back of a length. It's beautifully punched by Vinod Kumar, splits the gap and is going to go all the way for 4. Not sure that was going to carry. They had moved an extra cover against the Philadelphians, finding flow here today. This one is pulled, he goes short and he's going to find the gap again, another 4. Oftentimes we see Pacers after getting hit, they pull.
Just see that Manhattan, they've not gone in with the slip, as that one's hit over mid-wicket and it races away to the boundary. So 4 runs there.
Yeah, we got class 50 without any wickets down. You feel like you definitely won the first 6 overs. Down the ground, over point though, this time from Lahiru Malanta. And that's going to be 4 more along the carpet. Again, maybe not the smoothest of shots. Going to Lahiru Malanta. Lahiru waits on it. It was a slower one, works it through the offside. You're going to work it well enough for 4. This one, a touch of finesse there from the lefty.
To get those power hits in.
Now we're seeing him again making room. This time it's over point. Fuder has to make a lot of room. He's not going to get there. 1 bounce over the rope. Bhaskar
Manhattan Yorkers.
Well, here we go. Last ball of the 9th. Last ball of Bhaskar's 2nd. And it's worked over fine leg. He wanted that shot earlier in the over. And he just uses the pace of Bhaskar.
Bowling really well.
Lahiru on 49. And he's going to go and get to his 50. Lahiru Malanta, 50 in 35 deliveries. It's been a great 50 for him. Start of the innings. We see a bat raise, just a glove, and there goes the bat.
Provide a breakthrough here.
Here we go, back in for the second delivery of the over. Again, comes down the track, and there he goes. Like we said, off first flight. Lahiru undone in a similar fashion. Just hit like we saw Shamar Springer do earlier today. As Obis PNR just puts it straight back down the ground. Just going to be 1, 2, go. A little bit of a misfield allows it to go for 4. Should have really been kept to 1. It looks like it's
tight. He's really made sure that these two haven't allowed them to score. That one's gone up in the air. It clears the boundary for 6. Just staying out tight there.
Vinod's now standing outside the off stump. This one over covers as he beat the fielder out there. I think it'll just be a couple of bounces to him. Oh, and another misfield out in the deep, and it's going to be another 4. This first, absolutely, they go into all the options as Obis Pinar goes straight back down the ground. That's the first option you think of as a batsman. That one is maybe one of the biggest of the day. Clearly,
it shows how dangerous PNR can be. If he gets set, then...
Well, this time he made some room for himself and sends it over wide, long off. How dangerous he can be. The signal from... What delivery does he bowl? If he gives him flight, Obis may come down. It was quick, and he's cleaned him up. Obis looking for that big slog sweep. That's how he's gotten out. Let's see what he has in store for the West Indies captain, John Ross Campbell. And it's straight back down the ground. What do we say? Not afraid to express himself. It was pushed out wide. Abhiram gets his arms all the way there and is straight. They're going to Norman Iftikhar. And Iftikhar outside edge is going to run away for 4. Abhiram, he's going to slash and slash hard. It was fine enough to get between the third man and the keeper. And it's run all the way, showing that he is much more with the bat as well. This time it's hit straight back over the top. Fielder's there, but it's well over him, showing off the power, and that's why he's been sent in. He's got a little bit of these big shots. 200's definitely in play. Moves well across the stumps, looks to go over the top of square leg. Has he got enough? Yes, he has. The innovation here from the young.
Really causing some problems there for the Manhattan Yorkers.
Here we go. Can you make it 3? This time it's a thick outside edge. It's going to bounce, and it's going to bounce over the rope. That's back to back boundaries here from Abhiram. Again, seen him play a lot of big shots, and he's playing them all right now. This time comes down the track, straight back down the track. Might be the biggest of them all. You can hear the cheers. Another 6. Abhiram Bolasetti take a bow. Vinod Kumar, he's on 48. Goes straight back down the ground. Has he got it? Yeah, and gets to his 50 in style. No doubt about it. Raise of the bat for Vinod Kumar. Has been a brilliant knock there. Just a subtle celebration. Off of misfield, so again, been very, very, very tight. This one slashed through wide, long off, and that one's going to go all the way for 4 runs. He's been tight. Prashad Spawn, got to get much straighter. Maybe slows it down. Does both. And Abhiram was eager to get off, and good decision. I think it's really clipped Vinod in the... And this the 18th over. You can definitely take him on. Go straight back down the ground. Fielder there. It's to him, and he's going to take it safely. Made it look nice and easy, John Ross Campbell. 180 degrees. This time comes down. It's straight back. First ball, I'm not sure he quite connected. John Ross Campbell coming underneath it. Yeah, takes the catch quite nicely. And has to come and go. Colin Archibald, he came down the track. He just sliced it. Bolasetti back. And there's another no ball, and it's a beautiful shot. This time over cover, 1 bounce over the rope to a kid out there. Good fielding from him. Look at the arm. Straight away here at Church Street Park. And Raj Patel back in. Full straight up. He sliced this one straight in the air. Should be taken. And settles quite nicely. Abhiram is going to miss out on a well-deserved 50. He goes 44 off of 22. Again, a quick fire innings for him. But it's Murali Krishnankaraju who's going to be facing. And he latches on to 1. Has he got enough of it? It's going to be straight to the fielder and a second wicket in the over, a 3rd dot ball. Murali Krishnankaraju, usually such a big striker of the ball, unable to get onto it.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
who's still on the pitch. These guys are walking out. No, like batsmen on the field are walking out in the field. And pitch पर वो कर रहे हैं.
टेंशन नहीं लिया करो तुम लोग.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park, the site of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. None of the action that you've witnessed all over this holiday weekend will be possible without the aforementioned sponsors and the official sponsor, DAFA News. You can check out all the matches on the YouTube channel at MLC Network, and that's MLC Network. You can check out the Twitter for live updates at MIL Cricket. Again, that's at MIL Cricket. The Instagram and Facebook are at MILC USA, and you can use those to get videos and photos from each match and get content updates about each match. We got a great match going on here at Church Street Park on July 4th. Happy Independence Day to all viewers just tuning in. Where we have the Manhattan Yorkers. They need 191 in their 20 overs, and they've sent out the same opening pair, John Ross Campbell and Rajdeep Darbar, to go chase it down. It's going to be Colin Archibald once again opening the bowling here for the Morrisville Raptors. Here we go, ball one. And it's going to be a flurry through backward point. Gives chase, and they're going to push at two, and they're going to go get two. Good running here from the Yorkers to get the scoring going.
Yeah, good running indeed. And Rajdeep Darbar, the captain and the wicketkeeper in this side for the Manhattan Yorkers, he's certainly going to have to play a captain's innings here, because 191 is what Manhattan need to win. And that is a big score here. Morrisville Raptors, they've got an excellent bowling attack, a lot of bowling options as well. So it'll be a tough chase for Manhattan Yorkers, and they'll need him to perform.
Absolutely will. Colin Archibald coming off a great day against the Philadelphians, where he won player of the match, or what he did with both bat and ball in hand. Didn't really contribute with the bat, but today he's going to look to be a big factor with the ball, and they're going to need him to be a big factor with the ball. No Shiva Kumar Duvaparapu in the 11 today, dealing with a little bit of an injury, as Dane Pete said at the toss. So they're going to rely on all the options. Him, guys like Kiran Savarna Kumar, Rohan Fadke, Abhiram Bolasetti, Obis Panar, of course, is going to need to bowl. As this one is played through the leg side with a deep backward square leg there. Jay, also interestingly enough, we saw spin kind of have mixed results early. Dane Pete, of course, dealing with that finger, with the middle finger on his bowling hand. Will he be an option that they can use? So they're going to need all their options to really click today.
Yeah, they will. And Morrisville, they're a side who've got their bowling options despite a couple of injuries. So, of course, with those injuries to some key players, you'd want some of the other guys to step up. But I think still they do have the depth in their bowling.
Well, here we go. Archibald, back of a length. It's jammed it into the body of Rajdeep Darbar, and I think that's where you got to keep it. To me, what I've seen a lot of from Rajdeep is anything with width, he's going to pull, he's going to cut. So if you keep it close onto his body, he tends to have a little bit less strike rate, and again, he wants to free his arms and make room for himself. And a required run rate that's just under 10 at the moment. We talk about the bowling options. A name we forgot to mention, Murli Krishnan Karaju, making his debut in this 2022 version, played in the 2021 version of minor league cricket for Morrisville, and he had some decent overs with the ball in hand. Had to assume that he could get a couple overs, likes it slow, full, and straight, similarly to what Prashad does. Just right-handed again. Good running here from the Yorkers, though. They're not just going to sit back and only try to deal in boundaries. They're going to take a page out of the Raptors playbook and keep the singles and the strike rotating.
Yeah, and with that, they're also playing risk-free shots, to say, where they're not taking those risks. They're not trying to go for those big shots, which, once again, that's also something which the Morrisville Raptors did do. They played along the ground. They got their boundaries with shots along the ground. They took those quick runs. And Manhattan Yorkers now here, as you said, looking to replicate that.
And neither of these two firing yesterday, looking for a better performance today. Nearly a edge back on the stumps, but it's an inside edge that's going to run all the way along the ground for a boundary. We talk about risk-free, definitely not risk-free with the way that ball ended up. Lahiru Malanta not quite quick enough to get back. I'm not sure anyone would have been, and that's going to be it. 1 over gone, 9 without loss.
1, 2, 3.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park, and they're gone to Kiran Savarnakumar from the Cedar Fork end. Took 4 wickets from this end in the match against the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, and they'd hope he can get 4 wickets today.
Yeah, they really would. Morrisville Raptors and Kiran Saravankumar
comes in for the first delivery to John Ross Campbell, who comes down the track and slower and pushes it out wide. Smart bowling here from Kieran, watching John Ross all the way through and just pushing it outside his arc, keeping it slow. Again, similar to what we saw from Devashri Prashad. I think that's probably the playbook you want to go and take notes out of. Again, kept it slow, kept it out of the arc at times, and just made life really difficult.
Yeah, and those slower bowlers, spinners even, they've been doing well even in the morning game today, and now moving into this afternoon game. It's been those slower bowlers bowling those cutters. Spinners in general, they've been performing well. And Morrisville now with 3 innings before them, they'd know that and they'd plan accordingly.
Lahiru now keeping up to Kieran. Oh, that's a short ball. It's well kept there from Lahiru. It ends up being wide. But again, I think this is smart tactics here from Lahiru. He understands that Kieran, a youngster on the team, going against a highly experienced John Ross Campbell, who's going to try all different things to attack him, takes out one of the options from John Ross, says do not go down the track. If you go down the track, you will be stumped. So just keeping John Ross planted in his crease, and I think it just creates this ease of mind there for Kieran as he's running once again in from the Cedar Fork end. Back of a length, it's short, and it's worked through the leg side quite easily. A couple of bounces, it hits the advertising boards for 4. Again, needs to get back to the off stump there, Kieran. It's just too easy for John Ross if he's able to just stand back and swing it over the leg side.
Yeah, Campbell on that occasion just effortlessly playing that through that vacant square leg region. And that one just races away to the boundary. So 5.
Absolutely races away, and again, as Jay was just saying, 5 runs from the over, the wide, and then that 4. 14 runs already on the board for the Manhattan Yorkers, so they're keeping up with that required run rate at the moment. And to walk away with this over with 18 in hand, maybe 20 would probably be ideal for them. How does Kieran respond? Yeah, that time outside the off stump, but that's it straight back. And it's a brilliant shot there from John Ross Campbell. Picked up the length early, and he's belted Kiran Savarnakumar over the top and into that creek in the forest.
That might just be longer than that PNR 6, which also went into the creek there. Both of them massive sixes. This one off the bat of John Campbell, and now a 4 and a 6 to him. And Kiran Saravana Kumar under some pressure now. 11 runs off his first 3 deliveries. And John Campbell really taking a liking to him.
Yeah, they get a ball out. Again, John Ross Campbell it's in his arc, and I think if you're Kieran, you got to just keep it outside the arc. If he slashes through the offside, there is no field around the deep there. But that's what you'd want. Anything that he's going to get in his arc, he's going to put away. It doesn't matter where the fielders are. Just got to be a little bit more controlled with the line that he bowls here. How does he respond? Again, took 4 wickets, took a wicket in the previous match, and they all come at the final delivery of every over that he's bowled. How does Kieran work here? Yeah, it pulls the length back outside the off stump, and again, that's a better delivery there from Kieran. Not much John Ross Campbell could do except try to just run this one down. You bowl deliveries like that, you just keep the pressure on the batters.
Yeah, and as far as this over goes, they've gotten the runs, have the Manhattan Yorkers, with those big shots, so now just looking to work it around, get those singles and twos, that's all they need from this over.
Yeah, here we go. It's been a big over already. Pushes that wide, and outside edge is going to fly over third man, and is going to fly away for 4 more. An unlucky ball that time there, an unlucky circumstance, as you see a fan go and hand the ball over to Sanjay Stanley. But again, a big over, 14 runs already from it. Scratch that, make it 15 runs with the wide. Again, a massive over here for the Manhattan Yorkers.
15 runs and still 1 ball to go.
Well, Jay, we've seen Kieran. All of his wickets have come off the final delivery of every over he's bowled. So, will history repeat itself? Or does John Ross Campbell hold himself a foot? Let's just take a look here. Now John Ross Campbell just holds himself a foot. They're going to push for 2. No, settle for 1. So that's going to do it. A big over there for the Manhattan Yorkers. After 2 overs, 25 for the loss of none.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
So Colin Archibald going to continue. Again, a big over there for the Manhattan Yorkers. Can Archibald deliver a wicket to John Ross Campbell? It's straight back. Yeah, Obis Pinar has big mitts. And Colin Archibald gets the wicket they want. He was inside the circle. John Ross just picks out Obis Pinar with little point to Colin Archibald. And there you go. The first wicket goes. 25 runs on the board. And Colin Archibald, the marquee, he strikes.
He strikes indeed, and the partnership has been broken. That early wicket to say that wicket in the power play. And it's John Campbell who'll have to go. He was doing quite the damage in the previous over. And you'd feel Kiran Saravana Kumar would breathe a sigh of relief now that the Morrisville Raptors see the back of John Ross Campbell.
Absolutely. Again, he is a West Indies cap player. Just came back from Bangladesh on that tour. Fresh off of those South Asian wickets here at Church Street Park. And again, now to see the back of him. But the task doesn't get easier with Danish Patel. He showed great signs yesterday, looked very compact, good off the back foot. I think the only thing here for Danish Patel is will the ball come on here in the 7th match that we played on the same exact wicket. But he looked very good yesterday, scored nicely, anything with width he was able to put away. Didn't play any crazy shots, just everything natural cricketing shots. He looked very, very impressive, the youth under 21 player. So it'll be an interesting decision to see what they do here. And you can see more the cover fielders kind of moving around to more point, and third man is coming closer to a deep backward point. And again, it's just because of what Danesh Patel has shown with his ability to cut. There's a wide second slip, almost a gully. And see if the ball can score it across Danesh. Oh, this time straight onto the body. That's what you call the bluff there from Colin Archibald. Brilliant delivery that.
Yeah, an excellent delivery indeed. Bowled the first over for 9 runs, got a second, and he's done well till now. A wicket to start off now, a dot ball as well.
Again, Colin Archibald, he's so very good. We saw all of the class in the super over against Philadelphia. Taking the beautiful wicket of Syed Abdullah. As a big swing and a big miss there from Danesh Patel. You can see the practice stroke was angled towards point. They've kept those fielders up to dare him to play that big shot and open up an aerial edge. And Colin Archibald, he's a stoic figure whenever he's in the game. He just produced a great delivery. It's been a great second over. The wicket of John Ross Campbell slowing things down. 3 consecutive dot balls, including that wicket. Just put the pressure back on the Manhattan Yorkers. Again, young Danesh Patel just got to find a way to rotate strike. Don't need anything major. Always got a hold of that one. It was looking forward the ball previous. Yeah, that one's gone all the way. Huge 6 that time. Just a touch fuller. Danesh Patel ready for it. Climbed it beautifully. The under 21 really making a name for himself here at Church Street Park.
Yeah, he saw that ball early, a bit back of a length there by Colin Archibald, and just flicks it away over that cow corner boundary, does Danesh Patel. And with that 6, he'll come off the mark as well. So his first runs today now against the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, again, just had eaten up a couple dot balls, but with that 6, takes a lot of the pressure out, gets to 31 here, so you're right ahead of that run rate. Again, you would love to get a couple of singles to finish this over off. Oh, it's just gloved away. Didn't get the bat, and it's going to beat third man. Another 4. Unlucky there, unconventional. But it's 4 more for the Manhattan Yorkers nonetheless.
Yeah, and Danesh Patel now, 10 runs he's gotten from these 2 deliveries. And Colin Archibald, it was turning out to be a pretty good over, especially with that wicket. Still a pretty good one, but that 6 and a 4, it will definitely put a dent really in to that over.
Yeah, now he's changing the angle, coming around the wicket. Don't want to give Danesh Patel any room. I think that's why the decision has been made. Does he go and try that Yorker delivery with fine leg in the ring? Would be a risk. Tried it, absolutely missed it, and that is going to be the end of this 3rd over. And at the end of 3, 35 for the loss of 1. Welcome back to Church Street Park, and with the lefty gone, only matter of time before they bring on the left arm orthodox in Obis PNR. Showed some brilliant shots with the bat, and now he's got the ball in hand, and he's going to be bowling to Rajdeep Darbal, who's only played 2 deliveries, so he's been in since the very first ball, and Danesh Patel, who got in the previous over, has already played more deliveries than Rajdeep. But anything with which Rajdeep will pound on. He loves width. He'll take advantage of every width. And that is going to be 6. You can see why there from Lahiru Milan to say on the stumps, don't give him any of the width. Again, we've seen it time and time again. Anytime he gets width, he's going to throw his hands and slash hard. Something we saw last week from him. Again, keep it on stumps. That's where he will give his wicket away. But a great start for the Yorkers. With a 6 to open the over up, move to 40. And this one slapped through the covers, and it's going to be another 4 runs. Too full, too much width on offer. And again, another 10-run over, 10 off 2 balls rather, to start off this 4th over.
10 off 2, and what a way to greet Obis PNR into the attack. Manhattan Yorkers, Rajdeep Darbar, their captain.
I think Obis is going to slow this one down, loop it up a little bit more. Again, rather flat because of how tall he is. He does slow it down, loop it up, and it is just going to be kept to 1. Aditya Badala sharp in the field. But again, already the damage done as they get a single off that 3rd delivery. 11 runs already off this over. Need a wicket. If you're going to give up these kinds of runs, you don't want to give up these kinds of runs and have them save Bhaskar Yadrum in the dugout and keep him there. Okay, what does Obis Pinar have in store for young Danish Patel? It's full straight work through mid-wicket, and it's going to be worked for a nice single. Again, something we saw from Danish Patel, not afraid to just rotate his wrists and just keep himself moving it through mid-wicket. Again, nice time, straighter to Rajdeep Darbar, and that's what we're talking about, Jay. Don't give him any width. Make him play right in front of his stumps.
And this is much better bowling from Obis PNR. The first couple of deliveries, he offered that width. Now, not doing that.
Well, there's the width right on cue, Jay. And it's going to be a 1 bounce over the rope for 4. Anytime he's given width, he's been hammered for it. Obis PNR, bad way to end the over. A great start for the Yorkers, a great finish for him. That's going to do it. 4 overs gone. 51 for the loss of 1. Back here at Church Street Park, they've made the change they've changed 1 left armer to another left armer in Aditya Padala. Very similar to David Sri Prasad, slower. Gonna bowl a lot of the cutters off a length. When he goes full, he goes straight. He's gonna be into Danish Patel. Lahiru also keeping up. A big pull shot, but there is a fielder there. Will he save it? No, he's gonna go over the rope for 4. Rohan Phadke, he's quick in the field. Would have been a spectacular piece of work. And 4 to start off the over. Very quick onto the back foot, Danish, and puts that one into the gap.
An excellent effort out in the deep there by Rohan Phadke, but not able to stop that one. Aditya Padala now. It's him who's gone for a boundary off his first delivery.
Yeah, it always puts you under pressure as a bowler. And again, when a team needs 10 runs and over, you get a boundary off the first delivery. Just takes a lot of the nerves out of that over, out of the innings. Again, if you're Padala, do you try to go a little bit fuller? You're so quick onto the back foot, Danish. Maybe just try to keep him driving. At that time, it was fuller and just finds the inside part of the bat. And I think that's where you kind of want to keep it if you're the bowl the cutters there. If he wants to go on the back foot from that length, going to risk the LBW. Going to risk just chipping it up in the air. And if he goes for the big expansive drive, edges can fly. Could be caught at short cover as well. It's back in Padala. This time short is straight up into the air. Anyone going to find it? Making ground. Should have been a keeper's catch, but Dane Pete said, I'll take it. Even with the plaster on his finger, it was a Lahiru Malanta catch all the way. It would have been 2 steps to his left, but it won't matter. No mistakes made in the end. Dane Pete takes it, and the second wicket goes, this time in the form of Danish Patel.
Yeah, Dane Pete, an excellent fielder there, a man with safe hands. And a brilliant move to get Aditya Badala into the attack as he strikes. And it's Danish Patel who will have to go, so a big wicket falling there. Danish Patel at 54 not out in the last game, but he's gone now.
Yeah, big wicket there for the Morrisville Raptors. Game kind of sliding, could have gone either direction there. And again, it should have been a Lahiru Malanta catch. I don't think he ever saw the ball go in the air, so never really made the effort. And he saw Abhiram Bolasetti kind of run in from third man, Dane Pete from fine leg, and they're both communicating. But it's going to bring out our new man to the middle. Aditya Badala brought in to do exactly that. And that time, just kind of cut up off that length instead of sitting up for Danish Patel and just found a leading edge. And that's what the length does. It's Kevin Shah coming out to bat, who showed a little bit of a flurry when he was in yesterday for the Manhattan Yorkers. Going to have to keep things afloat here and just work alongside Rajdeep Darbar. But the challenge now for the Raptors moves to Rajdeep, the skipper. Again, any width we've seen him put away, anything on stumps, we've seen him play much more defensive. If you're Aditya Badala, you have to figure you go straight on stumps.
Yeah, that's definitely got to be the plan from Badala. And for that matter, any other bowler here in the Morrisville side.
Well, that was right on off stump, but he's worked it beautifully. He was able to hang it back on the back foot and just cut it away. It was very close to his off stump. Not a terrible delivery, in my opinion. Maybe a fraction short, but it runs all the way to the boundary for 4. So backs up the wicket with 4 runs, easing again that pressure that was kind of building on the Manhattan Yorkers.
Yeah, Kevin Shah there off the mark now with the boundary to start off. Or Rajdeep Darbar actually, as the 2 batsmen did cross.
Yeah, again, a great way for Rajdeep to just ease out the innings. He's 20 off 7 at the moment. This time down the leg side. Fielder there. Is it Dane Pete again? Yeah, he's just picked out Dane Pete. Oh no, it's just taking a bump beforehand. It looked for a moment that he had taken it celebrations. Everyone running in. Thought just for that half second that it had carried all the way. Just fell short. Nearly the breakthrough they were looking for.
Yeah, and that ball goes to Dane Pete. More often than not, you're going to be running in because he's got a safe pair of hands, but on that occasion falls short.
This one right on stumps, and all Rajdeep Darbar could do was defend it. A good end to the over there from Aditya Badala. Wicket goes in it. 5 overs gone. 59 for the loss of 2.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Fans making their way to Church Street Park, cooling down, bringing their own chairs, bringing something to put their feet up on as well. Their own cooler. Can get creative at Church Street Park. It's Obis Pinar into the attack, flights one up, and it's just going to be hit right back to him. Again, this is what you're looking for, slowing it down. It is Kevin Shaw. Kevin Shaw's first delivery. Again, showed a flurry, but most of that being done outside the off stump when he played those shots yesterday. Again, Obis keeping it very close. Oh, that one, it spun a little bit, just a fraction. It found that leading edge and nearly carrying to third man. Once again, Obis Pinar, he has found his rhythm now.
Again, opportunities being created. We saw in the Padala over as well. A wicket, but then also that opportunity fell short of Dane Pete. Now, PNR off his second delivery.
Kevin Shaw up in the air, straight back to Obis Pinar. It felt like about time. He felt like he was struggling. A subdue celebration there from Obis. He knows how big that wicket is. And the Morrisville Raptors with another wicket. And you can see everyone smiles on the face as a part of the Morrisville Raptors. And the Manhattan Yorkers kind of throwing it away. Again, just reaching out, pushing it to Obis Pinar. And that's the third wicket down for the Manhattan Yorkers.
Third wicket down indeed, and Manhattan Yorkers now, they've got runs, they're going at a good rate, but still quite the target they've got to chase, and so in some trouble now.
Yeah, definitely in some trouble, and they've sent out number 20. Number 20, of course, being, it looks like David Sri Prasad. I don't think it is David Sri Prasad, actually. It looks like, to me like it's Bhaskar Yadram being sent out. But we'll wait for the official word here. Not going to take any stabs in the dark.
20.
It is 20. It is David Sri Prasad. Again, some mixed signals being brought up. It is David Sri Prasad coming in, number 20. And again, they're just trying to hold back Bhaskar Yadav. Don't want to expose him in the power play. Rather have him for the last 10 overs. That's why they've sent him in. And Obis Pinar, if he could pick up another wicket in this over, feel very good. 3 deliveries bowled from it, and he's really found a rhythm here, getting a little bit of turn off the wicket. Let's see what he can do here. First up, David Sri Prasad. Just punches this one straight back down the ground. Aditya Badala, a little bit of a fumble, but does well, just keeps it to 1. And then how does he look to Rajdeep Darbar? He struggled against him in the previous over, giving him width, giving him room, and allowing him to free up his arms outside the off stump. Can he be straighter today?
Definitely gonna have to go on the pads if he's to keep Darbar quiet.
Well, here we go. Yeah, this one bounces on him a little bit. All he could do is just push it to Colin Archibald at backward point. Still, I think you would like it to be just a touch fuller. Don't let him rock back on the back foot. Very strong in that department. Get him driving, get him pushing, and maybe you get another caught and bowled. So here we go. Obis Pinar back in. This time quicker. It's up in the air. Oh, it's a brilliant take by the man at third man. It's Sanjay Stanley. He makes no mistake about it. It was quicker, just looking to run the same shot, found a little bit of a top edge, and Sanjay Stanley diving out at short third. Makes a brilliant catch, and the Yorkers, they lose 2 in this Obis Pinar over.
Yeah, another wicket down now, the 4th one falling for the Manhattan Yorkers, and it's the big one, the captain, Rajdeep Darbar. He has to go, and Manhattan Yorkers are in some trouble here, 60 for 4 after 6.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Well, here we go, back to Aditya Padala here in the first over after the power play. And again, new bats in the middle. Bhaskar Yadram, he's at the non-strike. It's Dev Sri Prasad who's at the strike. Again, Aditya Padala, the cutters, just keeps it slow. And to me, it feels like a day that he could really shine after what we saw out of David Sri Prasad, the man in the middle at the moment. I think Padala could have a similar impact for the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, and that's what he seems to be doing right now.
As he comes in, and again, just back of a length, slow, no run on offer. Good work in the field, in the inside ring for the Morrisville Raptors. I think it's Vivek Narayan who's come on as a substitute fielder. Again, just these top balls. We talked about the boundaries coming in the early stages of overs previous. Not happening anymore. Well, there could be one. No, it's just going to fall short of sweep recover and going to be kept to just one. So now is the big test. It's Bhaskar Yadram, who we know here at Church Street Park has a gale time, talking about 50 in the last 4 overs, as he put a 6 over to the tennis courts here at Church Street Park, maybe the biggest 6 I've ever witnessed live. Jay, this has to be the game.
Yeah, it really does. Bhaskar Yadram, he's the danger man out there. If Manhattan Yorkers are to get anywhere close to getting these remaining 130 runs, then it's Bhaskar Yadram who's got to go out there and just play an absolutely brilliant innings.
There we go, Bhaskar Yadram. He's played a much more mature innings in the 2022 format. And again, you can see just playing with a straight bat, playing proper cricketing shots early. Once he gets 10, 15 deliveries into his innings, that's when you'll see him take on the big slugs down the ground. He knows the responsibility that this team has put on him in this position. 4 down here in the 7th over. So they're going to want him to bat long and bat through to give themselves an opportunity. 130 needed from 80. And Aditya Padala just bowling dots at the moment, making life very difficult for the 2 men in the middle.
Yeah, making life difficult indeed, and the run rate as well now slowing down. The last 2 overs, they've gone for just the 1 run, as this is the final ball of the 7th.
And again, just work this time. It's going to be pushed too long off for a single, and that's going to do it. 7 overs gone. Bhaskar Yadram will be on strike in the next over. 62 for the loss of 4.
They were doing well. भाई कब से हम बैठे हैं? आप बैठे?
Welcome back. Obis PNR versus Bhaskar Yadram. It's a left-arm orthodox to the right-handed batter. And that one just put straight down the ground, just for 1 run, and they're going to get to see David Sri Prasad on strike.
Yeah, Bhaskar Yadram just rotating strike now. Getting to the other end. Deveshwar Prasad. He did damage with the ball, now with the bat.
This one worked into the leg side. They're going to look for 2, just settle for 1. Again, quick work by the Morrisville Raptors. Very good in the field. And again, if you're Obis Pinar, you want to lure Bhaskar Yadram to play one of these big shots early in his innings, see if you can get him early. You get Bhaskar Yadram here, you're well ahead of the game, and again, you would feel very confident you're going to win it. Again, loop on offer, just plays it all along the carpet. Sweep recover should cut it off and will cut it off for just 1. Again, it's been more mature from Bhaskar Yadram this rendition of minor league cricket versus last rendition. And given you had a lot of big hitters on that team, so your role is just to come in and hit the ball at the end. Now much more responsibility and just taking his time to get going. As this one's up in the air, it's going to fall short of any fielder just for 1. And Dane, excuse me, Jay, I've said Dane for all of yesterday and early this morning. I feel very bad, my bad, Jay. But you've talked a lot to Dane when he was with the DC Hawks. Jay, of course, from the DC area, commentates for the DC Hawks. As this one's pummeled straight back, is going to fall short of the fielder. That's what you were looking for. You know, Bhaskar Yadram last year, very, very aggressive. This year feels much more mature. How do you think he's really elevated his game in that sense?
Well, I think Bhaskar Yadram definitely over the past year he's improved a lot. You know, saw a couple of videos of him just practicing those drives, those defensive shots more, as that one It's just played to backward point, chance. Now he'll get through for the single. And Bhaskar Yadram, he's really built that mature game more so.
And we will get back to that in the next innings. Like you said, built the mature innings. Here we go, 8 overs gone, 68 for the loss of 4. So welcome back. Jay, we're going to let you get back to that tale of Bhaskar Yadram and his maturity and how it's elevated. So again, as you were saying, Bhaskar Yadram, his batting has taken a different maturity this season.
Yeah, it really has, and he's playing the role well in this Manhattan Yorker side now. It's a team which, you have a look at the side, you won't have any power hitters stand out to you, but with the bat, at times they haven't really looked too good, and then you've got someone like Bhaskar Yadram who's got to come in as that one will beat the fielder, so just a single taken. But you have someone like Bhaskar Yadram then come in and having to play more of that mature innings, because for the Titans you had more guys, like you had Barnwell above him, Trevon Griffith, Nathan Stewart yet to come, Marvin Darlington also in the side.
Yeah,
so that was
big hitters all across that lineup, and this year just a lot more responsibility on his shoulders. As you see, Abhiram Bulasetti cut that one off for just 1. And again, we've consistently seen him, play 10 to 15 deliveries before he really tries anything major. 7 deliveries played so far, 5 off of 7. Again, batting at under 100 striker right now, but once he gets it going, we'll be well up to 200. And there's one shot. He's just sliced at it though, and Obis PNR is just gonna make it 1. Again, you can see the aggression starting to come out from Bhaskar Yadram. He's getting a little bit tired of sitting around and waiting for his over. Will take charge if he finds the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, if he gets a ball to hit, then it will go a long way back.
Prashad just is going to find an inner portion of the bat. Again, this is what Aditya Padala can do so very well. He's choking down this inning so far. He's just gone for 14 here midway through his 3rd over. And again, it's just because of his ability to just have those cutters, those slower balls, all on a length. He's taking a wicket. He would love a second here in his 3rd. This one just going to be worked through mid-wicket. The final delivery of the over is going to be just 1. So that's going to do it. 9 overs gone, 73 for the loss of 4.
1, 2, 3.
पास कर रहा है एरन ने शैडो में रखी हुई है अपनी कुर्सी जैसे
खंबा भी है, छतरी भी है उसमें।
Change of bowling here at Church Street Park is going to be Rohan Farke, another member who is just going to bowl those cutters, those slower balls, all at a length. Again, you're going to see Lahidu continue to keep up for him. Makes a lot of sense, again, on this type of a wicket. Anyone who hits a length is going to find success. Again, one hand off the bat straight away for David Street Prashad.
As Rohan Fadke comes into the attack.
Oh, short, gave some width, misses out there. Super shot, should probably put that one through point. Rohan Fadke, a member of the USA Under-19 team, picked for his ability to do both with bat and ball. Tremendous in the field. We've seen him with great runouts. The catch that was blasted all over the Instagram for minor league cricket. Taken from him, take it on his chest, very, very quick. And again, with the ball in hand, very smart, very accurate. It has a lot of variation. So this is why he's been picked as a part of this Raptors side. Why he's picked for the USA Under-19 side. And why he's been given the ball here in the 10th over. And 118 needed from 65 as the run rate climbs. This one just run down to third man. Sanjay Stanley quick to pick that one up and just keep it to no run. Again, the big wicket here. Can they just bog down Can they bog down Bhaskar Yadav just enough to get him to play a rash shot and get out?
Well, that's really what Morrisville would want in an ideal scenario, to see the back of Bhaskar Yadav.
Here we go, Rohan Fadke comes in, the big shot down the ground. All you can see is the ball going into the creek. That was huge, it was slowed down, but he picked up and latched onto it quickly, and he sent it over the side screen for a huge 6.
Well, that's how Bhaskar Yadav hits his 6s. They go a long, long way back, off the middle of the bat, and he possesses quite the power.
Big striker, the ball, fast hands, and on cue on his 10th delivery, he hits his first 6 and gets the strike rate from under 100 to 120. Just the kind of innings Bhaskar Yadav likes. Again, for Rohan Fadke, pull that length back. Don't let him just swing through the line of the ball. Let the wicket do something. We've seen some hold in the wicket, some stop in the wicket, and that can sometimes cause it to balloon up in the air and just be a nice, easy catch for one of your fielders in the deep.
Again, having a look at this over, it's gone for 7 runs already. 2 balls remaining.
And another ball being brought in from the ball box. As that ball is been deemed in the creek. Again, Dame Peen has called it the Sanjay Stanley Creek from all the range hitting he's done. Again, Bhaskar Yadav, I don't think quite needs as much power to get it over there. I think he might be worried about some windows in the adjacent apartment complex if Bhaskar Yadav really gets onto one. Or maybe some cars if he hits it to the Shiloh end. Right now he's hitting to the Cedar Fork end, and I think all of us commentators would like him to keep hitting in that direction. Save the cars and us, the 10th over here at the Shiloh end. Again, likes to hit him straight, likes to hit him big. What does Rohan Fadke have in store? Again, pull the length back. Don't give him room to free his arms. Shuffles all the way across, does pull the length back, jams him up for room. Gonna push for 2, and they're just gonna keep 1. Again, Obis Pinar quick out there in the deep.
Yeah, quick indeed is Obis Pinar, and Bhaskar Yadav, we talk about how he is playing sensibly. If we'd seen him last season, he would have gone for another 6 in that. But this time, playing that mature shot, just taking the single.
Indeed, this time to David Sriprasad. Work through the leg side, and the call is no, so that's going to do it. 10 overs gone halfway through this first innings. 110 runs needed from the final 60. A bowling change, and it's Murali Krishna Ankaraju And Bhaskar Yadram's put him straight back, but he's picked out, oh, through the hands of Colin Archibald. It was the catch of Bhaskar Yadram trying to navigate the rope. It went in and out of the hands, and he's disappointed in himself. He can't believe he shocked himself. Murali Krishna Ankaraju very nearly on his first delivery in 2022 would have gotten his first wicket, and that too of Bhaskar Yadram. Instead, it's a 6 to start the over.
Oh, that could prove to be very costly there. Ankaraju, you've got to feel for him as well. Almost got a wicket there.
Make a note of that one, 13. He was dropped on 13. And moves to 19 after that 6. Murali Krishna Ankaraju. He's well known for bowling that Yorker length, slows it down with the off cutter, the leg cutter as well. And what can he do? This one down the leg side, he's latched onto this one, no chance for the fielder, back-to-back 6s. And a huge drop there for the Raptors, but Bhaskar Yadram, he's picked up on what Murali Krishna has to offer, and he's taking him all the way down the ground for 6.
Yeah, and Bhaskar Yadram, he's once again eyeing that leg side, where he did quite the damage last season. And this time with back-to-back 6s to start the over off.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, putting pressure right back on Murali Krishna. So here we go, Krish back in, hit for back-to-back 6s. This time outside the off stump, sweeper cover. He hasn't quite gotten it. Oh, and it's put down again. Would have been a nice catch from Abhiram Bolasetti, and he's put it down and it's gone over the rope for 4. The Raptors have been so good in the field. This time with the drop, it would have been diving out to his right if he took it, but usually so sharp in the field. And a second drop in this Murali Krishna over.
Yeah, and I think might have just misjudged that a bit, did Bolasetti. Came in a bit, but then started to go back again, so just misjudged that a bit. In the end, though, made it a tough catch for himself, and the scorecards showing it. Ankaraju gone for 16 in his first 3, and Bhaskar Yadram now getting a move on.
Getting a move on indeed. Again, that's 3 consecutive boundaries to start off the over. Makes up for all the slack. The required run rate back now under 10, and 2 lives given to Bhaskar Yadram. Again, Krishy's got to feel robbed. 6-6-4. The first 6 in and out the hands of Colin Archibald. The 4 in and out the hands of Abhiram Bolasetti. This time misses out, keeps it out the arc. Good adjustment here from Krish Ankaraju. But again, gonna feel robbed. Should have had his wicket, not once, but twice in the over.
Yeah, twice indeed. And he's come back well after those flurry of boundaries as Ankaraju.
Here we go, how does he respond? Again, 3 boundaries, a dot ball. And this one just driven into the offside. Gonna be kept to 1, good athletic work there from Rohan Phadke inside the circle. And Bhaskar Yadram, he's done his damage, and he's gonna watch the rest of the over at the non-striker's end. So now, Devashree Prasad on strike. Up in the air, he split the gap, and it's gonna be 4 more runs. Some room for him. Gets at the outside edge, and it's gonna be 4 more. That's how you're gonna end the over. The 100 comes up for the Manhattan Yorkers. 102 for the loss of 4 after 11. A change here at Church Street Park. It's Abhiram Bolasetti who put down the catch of Bhaskar Yadram in the previous over of Murali Krishna. Scored 44 in quick fashion with the bat. He's now going to look for some big wickets with the ball bowling to Bhaskar Yadram. Just been gloved down to the leg side.
And Bolasetti now had a good day with the bat, as he said. Didn't do too well with that drop catch in the last over, but now with the ball, bowling to Bhaskar Yadram. If he can get him out, that more than would make up for that drop chance.
Here we go, Abhiram Bolasetti once again. This time wide of Bhaskar Yadram. Well done. Keeps it out of the arc and away from him. It's exactly what you want to do. Again, also hitting a length, letting the wicket do something. Been very different from Murali Krishnankaraju. Murali Krishnankaraju much slower than Abhiram. He keeps it slow intentionally. It makes you create the power. Abhiram, he will get the ball up, balloon up off of the wicket. A lot of pace. Again, him, Rohan Posnapalli, and Abhiram Valasamagiri, probably the three quickest under 19 bowlers. That one's definitely a wide. It's died off of the surface as well. But you can see the intent from Abhiram.
Yeah, really looking to keep it wide, keep it out of the arc of Bhaskar Yadram.
Again, does he try to throw in one of those cutters or slower deliveries that he does possess? If he wants to get straighter and fuller, I think he will. This one he latches on to. Has he got all of it? Yes, indeed. There's no question about it. One bounce into the forest. That's going to be a huge six there for Bhaskar Yadram.
That sound of the bat, you could hear it miles away. Bhaskar Yadram, that power he has. And he has just dispatched that one over the boundary and well over the boundary at that.
Yeah, brilliant from Bhaskar Yadram. Picking things up. Remember, dropped for the first time on 13, then dropped again on 19 in the previous over. Now at 36 off of just 19 deliveries. He's filling it with 4 sixes and a 4 to his name. Can Abhiram respond here? Needs to. Makes it 82 from 51 after that massive 6 from Bhaskar Yadram.
Yeah, Bolasetti, what's he got now?
Again, that one was a pace-up delivery. Maybe try slowing one down. It's the same length, same line. Does slow it down, does pull it back as well. It'll be cut away for one. They're thinking of two and they just say one. So it gets them off strike where the Raptors would like Bhaskar Yadram to be.
And that'll get Devashree Prasad on strike as well.
Again, they want to see more of Devashree Prasad do the Raptors. They would much rather have him there than Bhaskar Yadram. Every delivery Bhaskar Yadram is not on strike, they would feel very, very comfortable. So here we go. Into Devashree Prasad, 81 runs needed. Goes short, brilliant delivery there from Abhiram. Rushes Prasad up, climbs him. Prasad not able to respond to that short delivery.
Yeah, so a dot ball there, much better result for the Morrisville Raptors than if Bhaskar Yadram was on strike. And Yadram now, he's also switched gears from playing more of a mature innings to now going back to his 2021 self.
So here we go, Abhiram Bolasetti. Final delivery into Devashree Prasad. This time gets on the short ball. Cries of catch, but it's going to be all the way for 6. Abhiram short, Abhiram wide, and that's going to go all the way. 2 sixes in the over, and a great over that for the Manhattan Yorkers. 116 for the loss of 4 after 12.
Reset. Sing with us, let's sing.
Daddy! Colin, go, batting smart. Don't give him anything.
Here to the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco is Colin Archibald from the Shiloh end to Bhaskar Yadram. Archibald also with a drop of Bhaskar Yadram in the 11th over when he was just on 13. He's going to be brought in here. Again, none of the action that you're seeing possible without the aforementioned sponsors or the official sponsor, Dafa News. Jay, what do you think about the decision to bring on Colin Archibald for his third over here in the 13th?
Well, it was Archibald who struck when that opening partnership was looking dangerous.
And now he's bowled quite well with Bhaskar Yadram looking dangerous. They're going to look for two, and they're going to go and get two in the end. Good running here, good intent from the Manhattan Yorkers.
Yeah, and Archibald, of course, he struck, got that wicket of John Ross Campbell for 19 of 11. Aman, for you, who would you bring in? If you were in Dane Pete's shoes right now, the captain's shoes, who would you bring in? Your plan now against Bhaskar Yadram?
Yeah, I think Archibald makes sense. His ability to bowl the Yorker is why he's been brought on. I think Aditya Badala is someone I would also consider using up his overs here in the middle. Short, and it's been pummeled. Short mid-wicket in there, but it's well over the head of the man at short mid-wicket, and it's going to be 4 runs there for Bhaskar Yadram. Try to climb him with the pace, but Bhaskar Yadram well on top of that delivery.
Yeah, well on top of it indeed, and he certainly got that well over the boundary. And that current run rate now 9.6, required run rate 9.5. So Bhaskar Yadram now getting that run rate back up. 9.8 and 9.2 now, corrections, with that boundary. And Bhaskar Yadram moving to 43 from just 23 deliveries.
Well, here we go. Again, for Colin Archibald, he bowled the Yorker quite beautifully in the super over against Syed Abdullah. Would be surprised not to see it be used here. It goes back of a length. And no run on offer. Good work from Vivek Narayan, the substitute fielder, at backward point. And again, for me, I think Aditya Badala is the other option I would try to use, just because his ability to slow things down keeps it right about a length. You know, that's where you really see Bhaskar Yadram maybe struggle the most. One could pop up on him just like we saw for Danish Patel as he tries to leave that leading edge and make that one a simple catch. So to me, that's where I'd look if I'm Dane Pete. As Archibald runs back into bowl. Went for the Yorker, it's a low full toss. Dane Pete calls it the most underrated delivery in all of cricket. And it's just going to be one. So the man they want on strike, David Sri Prasad, on strike for the final delivery of the over. His job to play something in the evens, Jay. .246.
Absolutely, you'd want Bhaskar Yadram on strike for a fresh over for the first ball of a new over.
And you can see Colin Archibald sending mid-off, mid-on back. Just opening up that single if they want it. And he's chopped him on. He's gone short. He tried to do the same thing he did to Abhiram Bolasetti. This time, not as much room. It's come off the under edge and has lit up the zing bales here in the afternoon at Church Street Park. And the 5th wicket goes off the final delivery. That's it, 13 over is gone, and 123 for the loss of 5.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So figured it was going to be one of the Rajas sent out. It's Raj Patel. He can come in, stroke it around, hit some big shots. And we're going to see the final over from Obis PNR into Bhaskar Yadram. Again, Yadram's going to try to hit. They're going to try to change the pace. He's on 44. Oh, look, Plum, was there bat involved? I think the umpire did think so. Was it also sliding down? His foot is on leg stump. That one is the one that stayed low. You can see he's trying to hit the deck and let the ball do something off the surface. Very nearly, though, the wicket of Bhaskar Yadram.
Yeah, another opportunity created, you could say, and
this time he's got him. Bringing in the off-spinner works. They bring in the left arm orthodox. It's a big risk. A pat on the back from Lahiru Malanta. But again hits the deck. Again stays a touch low. And this time it's gone on to stumps. A big cry, a big shout from Obis PNR and the rest of the Morrisville Raptors. They know this is a huge moment in the match. Dropped on 13, dropped on 19. But this time he goes for 44.
yeah, he goes for 44 indeed, and that really was the big wicket. As far as the Morrisville Raptors are concerned, it was Bhaskar Yadram who you had to get back in the pavilion. Until he was there, Manhattan Yorkers, they had a pretty good chance. But now with him gone, certainly does reduce that, and Morrisville Raptors, they will breathe a sigh of relief.
Absolutely breathing a sigh of relief there. And now Raj Bafsar comes into the middle. Again, Obis PNR, he's been huge today. 3 wickets and none bigger than the one that just took place in the form of Bhaskar Yadram. Here we go. What does Obis have in store again? He looked to hit the deck and just had a couple deliveries stay low, found that area on the wicket. Again, a brave call there from Dane Pete as well. We've seen Bhaskar Yadram take spinners to the clinic. That time, he trusted his fellow South African. Again, they speak in a lot of Afrikaans in the field, and he told me about that, and get something about their chemistry there. Obis said, trust me. And he's delivered the big blow. Now bowling to Raj Bafsar. I think that one definitely everything outside the leg stump.
Yeah, Dane P definitely trusts Obis PNR to change games for them, to win games for them, the Morrisville Raptors. He did say in that MILC preview show that it was going to be Obis PNR, it was going to be the MVP.
Well, this one is sent into the leg side by Raj Bafsar. Just for one, and again, with the Bhaskar Yadram gone, I think every single member of the Raptors fan base breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that the big bat is back in the pavilion. And again, while these two can't swing around and hit some shots, you're not Bhaskar Yadram. The name power just isn't there.
Exactly, and plays a psychological role as well when you've got Bhaskar Yadram out there.
People can play just a little bit more free. Well bowled and well kept there. Obis PNR seeing the step across, and something that Raj Patel does do, I've noticed this trend is whenever he's standing, just watch his trigger. His left foot will come far across to his off stump. Could get trapped well in front if a ball just keeps going with the arm. He's interested to see if Obis Pienaar decides to employ that arm ball. Just keep one coming with the angle. That time a full toss. It was in the air for a moment, well past Obis Pienaar. Pushed for a single. Again, it's been a brilliant over there. The wicket of Bhaskar Yadram. That's the moment of the over. That's going to do it. 14 overs gone, 7 wickets down. Excuse me, it's 6 wickets down for the Manhattan Yorkers. I apologize. 126 on the board. And it's Rohan Phadke with the ball in his hand. Just gave up 8 runs in his first over. Full straight, looks outside the off stump. Definitely was. Again, Raj Patel moves well across his stumps. His left foot is always basically outside the line of the stumps. But again, Rohan Phadke, full straight and right on cue.
Yeah, Rohan Phadke's first over went for 8.
And now he's got the ball to the left-handed Raj Bhavsar. And Raj Bhavsar, someone who comes in mixed positions, can come up the order, sometimes down the order. And someone who likes to be off, play off the back foot with the spinner. So I think for Rohan Phadke, he's going to want to hang back. If you're Rohan, you pitch it up, make him drive, and sometimes gets into trouble deciding whether to come front or back. He's keen to slog sweep and play 360 type of player. Will play some scoop shots, so not surprised to see that fine leg in position inside the circle. Again, straight away looking to hop on the back foot and cut. Well too close, and that time quick from Rohan Phadke.
Yeah, not able to connect on it. Raj Bhavsar. And now he's got to be the man for the Manhattan Yorkers. A tough ask for them. But if it's anyone, then it's got to be Raj Bhavsar.
Yeah, again, Raj Bhavsar and Raj Patel feel like they have to do it. Not sure what you're going to get out of Surya, the under-19. Abhiram Valasamagidi can throw the bat around a little bit here and there, but again, to chase down a huge total, 64 runs needed off 34. The change of angle now for Rohan Phadke. Down the leg side, and Raj Bhavsar likes that all day. Like we said, he's very keen to slog sweep. Not sure why the change of angle. He wants to angle it in back of a length and maybe attack the stumps. But this time, too easy for Raj Bhavsar. Helps it along its way for 6.
Yeah, with the angle there from Rohan Phadke, getting it back in to Raj Bhavsar, as you said. And Raj Bhavsar on that occasion making full use of it, getting it with the angle and making it look effortless as that ball sailed over square leg.
And you see Dane P just talking to the youngster, talking about what he wants him to bowl and what he's thinking about, and you can see the angle back. Again, is he going to go over or around? No, going to stay around. But if you're going to stay around, you got to start much wider. And I think the whole point is to angle it in. The umpire wants to look at the ball. Looks pleased with it. Again, getting some words from Obis Pienaar as well. Again, this team backs their youth, and 2 guys who are going to support their youth and support their players. And if you're Rohan Fadke, you got to keep this one on the left glove of Lahiru Malanta. Does exactly that. Run straight to Dane Pete, able to get a single. Again, that's what Raj Bhavsar is going to want to do. And because he got that 6 on the previous delivery, it just becomes an effortless shot for him.
Yeah, it does. And Rohan Fadke, and for that matter, all the other youngsters here in the Morrisville Raptors side, they've got quite the experienced players to really be around, to get advice from, with the likes of Obis Pinar and Dane Pete.
Well, here we go, Rohan Fadke, this time straying down the leg side. Again, I think he's trying to attack the legs of Raj Patel. You see again, if you just take a look, that left foot is well across his stumps. And Rohan Fadke just looking to hit his back leg. This time just straying down the leg side, well kept from Lahiru Malanta.
And Lahiru Malanta, an experienced keeper, did well with the bat today.
Can Rohan respond here? This time outside the off stump, and it's come off the pads of Lahiru Malanta for a single, I believe. Yeah, he's going down, saying it stayed low. It's going to be given byes by the umpire. Yes, it will be. So byes for the Yorkers, but they'll take runs in any fashion they come. So what's got to be the message between these two, Jay? Again, you got to finish out the match. You don't want to lose all your wickets and hurt your net run rate, but you also still want to give yourselves a fighting chance.
Yeah, and 55 needed in 5 overs, so 11 and over. Really, I feel you get one good shot in innings, one shot which goes over the boundary, and then you need 5, 6, 7 runs remaining.
This one slow, and again, Raj Bhavsar very eager to get onto the back foot and run it down. It's a shot that he loves to play, but as you said, Jay, that's all they need. They need the one boundary and the couple of singles. That's going to do it. 15 overs gone. 137 for the loss of 6.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park, side of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. None of the action you've seen here through this holiday weekend possible without the aforementioned sponsors and without Dafa News as Aditya Badala comes in. There's a rundown again, very close to the stumps, and they get by for that quick single. And that's exactly what we're talking about, right on top of stumps, but Raj Bhavsar doesn't care. He's going to try to work it down to third man for 1.
Yeah, and you get singles and twos like that, and then one boundary off a bad ball in the over, and that's all you really need when you're chasing something at 10, 11 and over.
Yeah, let's remind everyone the required target, 53 from 29. That's what's left for the Manhattan Yorkers. Again, with Bhaskar Yadram, you feel very comfortable in this situation. Without him, you still feel confident. As Jay said, it's just a one boundary and a singles to finish out the over. You'll get to your 11 runs in the over. So there's one single, but who's going to deliver the one boundary blow? And there's a dot, and again, you could see Raj Patel well across his stumps again. Not enough room for him to swing through with his arms. Aditya Badala smart, keeping it on stumps, keeping it slow, and just keeping it on a length. This delivery worked into the leg side. Looking at 2, just going to settle for 1. Aditya Badala very quick in the outfield.
Yeah, and as far as Morrisville Raptors are concerned, those singles and twos, it's not going to hurt them as much. It's mainly going to be if there is that boundary or that maximum in that over. That's really what's going to hurt them. Singles and twos, they'll allow it, won't really damage them too much when they're going at 12 or 11 and 12 and over. It is those crucial boundary blows, though, which Manhattan Yorkers will be looking to get.
Again, it's just that one boundary that changes the complexion of the match. If you're the Yorkers, you're going to need it. And again, can Rajbhavsar delivered it in the previous over. They send out kind of a straight deep mid-wicket for the Badala, in case one is short outside the off stump. There's the 360 we're talking about. Said not out by the umpire, but again, we talked about him trying to scoop and ramp and did exactly that, unable to execute on that occasion. But Aditya Badala, he's been so good here in his final over. Again, just giving up 17 runs so far from him in his 3.4 overs.
I thought you didn't get it or something. I gotta restart.
Yeah, on it.
Yeah, you're on.
Again, the technology knows it's July 4th, so they're trying to take their early vacation. A drop out in the deep. And this one has got Lehiru Malanta straight on the thigh. Rajbhavsar at the very end trying to play a very late cut. Missed everything and found Lehiru Malanta. So that is going to do it. 16 overs gone. 141 for the loss of 6. Welcome back here to Church Street Park. Rohan Fadke back into the attack. Full straight in Yorks. Raj Patel very well bowled there from Rohan. Again, Jay, we saw the drop in the previous over. Could that come back to bite the Morrisville Raptors?
Well, Morrisville, they have had a couple of drops today, especially of Bhaskar Yadram.
Well, he's not in there anymore. That one looks very, very good. Yeah, indeed. He moves it well across, but it hit his back leg. It was full. It was straight. Looked like it was nipping back in at the end as well. From my angle, it looked very close whether the impact was inside the off stump. But the umpires raised his finger, and Raj Patel, he has to go.
Yeah, Raj Patel. So that's the 7th wicket falling now for the Manhattan Yorkers. And Rohan Fadke, he gets his first today. So now a lot up to Raj Bhavsar now as far as where the Morrisville Raptors or where the Manhattan Yorkers can get to. And Raj Patel there, a big wicket falling for them, and that required rate rising now above 13.5 and over.
Yeah, and they're going to send out the young pace bowler Abhiram Samagari. Again, in to bat, and he'll be starting at the strike. And Rohan Fadke, I think, has been given the task of bowling full, bowling straight. I don't think he's going to stop doing that, and it's going to be a task here for Abhiram to seed these ones away.
Yeah, and if Manhattan's Abhiram can do anything close to Morrisville's Abhiram, then we are in for a game here, because 50 runs, 3.5 overs.
Yeah, very similar to what Abhiram's figures look like. 44 from I believe it was like 20 odd deliveries.
22, I think.
22, so there you go. Tries to go full straight, and he's giving him a loosener down the leg side, and one hand comes off the bat. Rishabh Pant will be proud of that one. And Abhiram is starting to look like the Morrisville Abhiram, getting off the mark with a 4 to start off his innings.
He certainly is. Yeah, he certainly is, and they'll need a lot more of that. Will the Manhattan Yorkers?
Again, you can see the intent here from Rohan Phadke to go full and straight, but he just strayed down the leg side so heavily, just allowed Abhiram Valasamagari to free up his arms. This one time he goes short, clipped over the top. Abhiram Bolasetti giving chase, not gonna get there. How about this, Jay? Looking like a mirror copy of Abhiram Bolasetti's innings. Back-to-back boundaries, keeping us interested in this match. Make the equation 42 from 20.
Absolutely, and we have a look at Abhiram Bolasetti. Morrisville's Abhiram, then he actually started his innings off with a boundary, and the next ball was a dot. So Manhattan's Abhiram, he's currently, after 2 balls, doing better.
Here we go. It's all about this third ball, though. There is a single push down the ground. They're going to think about 2, but Obis Bernard too quick, not going to allow it. It's been a good start here for Abhiram Valasamagari, who's has played cricket against and alongside Rohan Phadke as part of that under-19 setup. But now it's Raj Bafsar and Jay. I think everybody would be betting that he's going to try to play a late cut. Once again, after 2 boundaries, try to get a single. And I think his best way to do it, his favorite way to do it, seems to be staying back on the back foot and running it to third man. Let's see if he does just that. This time makes room, and there's a no ball. Rohan Phadke has overstepped. He cleaned up Raj Bafsar, who was looking to go over the top of covers. The zing bells light up, but no celebration because he has overstepped, and he's given the Yorkers a no ball and a free hit, and things are turning on his head. Make that 39 from 19.
At crucial stages in the game here, Morrisville aren't doing too well. Those drop catches earlier on, they got back to get the wickets in the end, but still now Raj Bafsar.
Excuse me, Jay, it is 40 from 19. Try to go 360, smart bowling there from Rohan Phadke. Slowed it down, wide Yorker. Can only get really that outside edge of the bat, the inside edge of the bat. So now it is 39 from the last 3. 39 from the last 3. What's going to happen here? Everything is in play. The Manhattan Yorkers are 152 for the loss of 7 after 17.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Here we go with Kieran from the Cedar Fork and back into bowl. This time through the leg side. It's a slog sweep. Has he picked out the man? This time, safe hands. And you can see a big pump of the fist there from Rohan Phadke. Bowled a no ball that diluted the bowl of Raj Bafsar on the previous over. This time, he's taken the catch out at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's Raj Bafsar who left to go there, so a sigh of relief definitely for Rohan Phadke and the Morrisville Raptors as Kiran Saravanakumar strikes off the first ball of his second over.
Yeah, brilliant delivery there. First delivery up, gets the big wicket. And makes it 8 down for the Manhattan Yorkers and takes a lot of the life out of this chance. Again, Abhiram Valasamagiri was bowling well. Was batting well, put a couple of boundaries away, and he'll be at the striker's end, and Norman Iftikhar is going to be at the non-strike. But Kiran Savarnakumar was given the confidence, the vote of confidence from the skipper and Dane Pete, and he's delivered straight away, taking the much desired wicket of Raj Bhavsar.
And is his first over, went for 16 runs. Yet he was still trusted to bowl here that 18th over.
39!
18th over he was trusted to bowl.
And that shows the trust that they've given and how they're backing their young players. Kieran, one of them. Not an official under 21, but a very young man indeed. Full and straight once again. It can only be worked back. They're going to try for 2, but they're only going to go get 1. Brilliant bowling here from Kieran. Smart. Great stuff here.
Yeah, great stuff indeed. And that single, it'll get the new batsman on strike. Who'll have to really go from ball 1 here, because the Manhattan Yorkers 38 runs they need from 16 deliveries. Just the 2 wickets in hand. And things are looking very tough for them.
Back in Kieran. This time into Norman Iftikhar. It's up in the air. And he's done well. It was low to the ground. Would have been a sharp chance, but he made sure it wasn't going over the boundary rope, which is far more important. Again, you would like to bowl him out. But Aditya Badala making sure his hands are connected to the ground, not letting the ball slide underneath it, and keeping it away. Very great, good fielder, and does a great job along the boundary.
Yeah, we've seen at times that fielders, they come in a bit for that catch that's low, and the ball ends up bouncing just in front of them and then going through behind them to the boundary for 4, but that fielder, they're making sure that doesn't happen.
No, Biram tries to take a big swipe at this one. It's going down through the leg side. Murali Krishankaraju there to cut it off. Does that and keeps it to just 2. And again, a great over here from Kieran. Keeping it full, keeping it straight. And during the batsman to try to do something different.
And this has been a good over. 4 runs and the wicket till now. 2 deliveries are still remaining here in the 18th.
Again, he's bowled a brilliant over. Got to reward yourself. Don't throw it away. Don't give Abhiram something easy to put away. It's high in the air. I don't think he's got all of it. Oh, he has. It was going to be close, and he's gotten over the top. Aditya Badala looked like he sliced it a bit, but he had just enough to get over the rope. He's a big, strong man. And that changes this over quite a bit. Makes it 29 from the last 13. Abhiram, the Manhattan Abhiram, making things interesting at Church Street Park.
Making things interesting indeed, because that one just over Aditya Badala, jumping Aditya Badala at that. And now, as you said, 29 from 13.
Here we go, final delivery of this over. Full straight again, and it's hit back. This time, it's over the top once again. Abhiram Bolasetti this time, not a chance for him. And a good over ends in back-to-back 6s. The balls weren't terrible, but just better batting there from Abhiram Valasamagiri. And that's going to do it. 23 runs from the last 2. Don't go anywhere. Setting up for a fantastic finish here at Church Street Park.
No, 30. 33. And how much is it? 23, yeah. They let us go too far. Got him.
It's Colin Archibald set into bowl the 19th. They need 23 from the last 12 deliveries. Jay, at one point it looked like the Raptors were going to run away with this one. We should have known better at Church Street Park. This one slashed high up in the air. I think it's going to go over the rope for 4. Yeah, it will. It's gone all the way. Aryan Shah in as a substitute fielder, giving chase, but not quick enough. Again, slashed hard off the bat of Norman Iftikhar, and it goes all the way for 4. An interesting way to start off this final session of play.
19 needed now from 11 deliveries. And this time it wasn't Abhiram with that shot. It was Norman Iftikhar. So both the batsmen now obviously having to go for that. 19 needed from 11. Colin Archibald, what's he got now? Having a chat with Dane Pete.
How does Colin Archibald respond? Just got a word from his skipper, Dane Pete. Again, he bowls a beautiful Yorker. Haven't seen it connect quite yet today. He went length, found the outside edge. There's no deep third man. Interesting choice. Again, the fielder's out of sweep recover, a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg. Here we go, Archibald in. This time goes short, and this time missed completely from Iftikhar. Well bowled there from Colin Archibald. This time pulls the length back, slows it down a little bit, and just keeps it away from Norman Iftikhar.
So 19 needed in 10 balls. Aman, how many do you think Manhattan would feel comfortable chasing from the final over?
Well, we saw 19 chased in the final over from the Morrisville Raptors. So though I think that anything under here, they know it is chaseable. I think they would love to be around to 12. I think when you have 12 runs on the board or under 10, you're gonna back yourselves heavily. But I think they're gonna try to get themselves to 12. This one is whipped through the leg side. There is a fielder out there. No misfields. Throw comes in quick from Sanjay Stanley. Well done. Keeps it just to 1. But here's the interesting matchup. Abhiram able to get 2 sixes away from the final 2 deliveries to get us into this spot. 18 from 9. Again, it's 2 runs every single delivery now for the Manhattan Yorkers. What does Archibald have in store for young Abhiram? And the field stays unchanged. Backing himself to bowl back of a length. Does go back of a length, founds the outside edge and is going to run all the way through. Can Kieran cut it off? No, he cannot. He's given chase. It's just past the outside of the glove from Lihiru Malanta. It was the complete outside of the bat, but it got just enough of it to deflect it far enough from Lihiru and use enough pace to go along to the boundary. That's going to make the Raptors fans very tense. 14 from the last 8.
Yeah, 14 from the last 8. And now these final 2 deliveries, if they can manage to get about 4 runs or so, that'll leave 10 for the final over, which the Manhattan, I think they'd back themselves chasing that.
Absolutely. Again, if they could get it under 12, they feel so confident. Again, Abhiram not intending it to go down to that direction, but it doesn't matter where you intended to go. If it hits the rope, it's a boundary nonetheless. It's runs. So Archibald, try one of these Yorkers. You have to imagine one of them are coming. This one fuller and straighter. It's going to be worked out to mid-wicket. No mistakes. Oh, that's going to be out, and he is! Abhiram, he went to go turn for 2, and a direct hit from Rohan Phadke in the deep. He's got him, direct hit from Cal Corner. Rohan Phadke can't believe what he's just done. It might have just turned this game on its head.
Absolutely brilliant there. Rohan Phadke has just changed his game around all the way from the deep. Fires in a throw, gets it directed. Absolutely no one was expecting that. And the Manhattan Yorkers, they've lost that big wicket of Abhiram for 28 off 8.
Again, he's upset with himself right there. Again, one of the softest ways to get around it. He made his ground. He went to go turn around and wanted to, for some apparent reason, left the crease. And then, once his partner sent him back, took a while to respond. The throw had already come in. It was quick. It was sharp. It was directly onto the stumps. It lit it up. And a clear-cut decision there for the umpire. Abhiram knew it straight away. Disappointed in the way he's gotten out. Now 1 wicket left for the Manhattan Yorkers. It's the young under-19 Surya at the non-striker's end. It's Norman Iftikhar at holding strike, and they're going to want to single off this final delivery. He'll get it to 12 from the final over, and it will keep Iftikhar on strike. You want something even if you're the Yorkers, ideally a dot ball. And the Yorkers get it away. They're trying for a quick one. They don't shoot. There was no backup at the bowler's end. That's why they don't throw it. Backup at the keeper's end could have tried it, but they do let him get one. So that means, Jay, 12 from the final over. Don't go anywhere. More electrifying finishes here at Church Street Park.
Oh, bro, I'm on ball traction.
So Noman Iftikhar on strike. It's Abhiram Bolasetti. The young man been given the ball. Similar situation last weekend against the Fort Lauderdale Lions. Had to defend 6 and gave it up. This time full straight. That looks pretty good. It's straying down the leg side though. Great start. And also just one run. And the under-19 who hasn't faced a delivery yet, he's on strike. What a ball from Abhiram Bolasetti.
Absolutely. And it's not going to be Abhiram versus Abhiram because of that Rohan Fadke run out. It's going to be Surya on strike. And for him, either he gets his ball away to the boundary or he gets Noman Iftikhar on strike. So we'll see what he does.
Abhiram Bolasetti in a similar situation last week, but he was bowling to some fantastic big hitters at the end and again had to defend 6 in the final over. 2 brilliant Yorkers and then a 6 to finish the game off on the 3rd delivery, and backs himself to bowl those Yorkers. And now he's going to back himself against Surya. Here's the young under-19 leg spinner who went for 16. Can he deliver 11 runs to his side? Can he at least get off strike? No, unable to make contact. Abhiram, what a delivery on a length, never easy to play. Beats the bat of the young under-19.
11 from 4. That's the equation. Just one wicket in hand. Surya through Mela. Just faced his first delivery out there. Noman Iftikhar 7 off 6 at the other end.
Here we go, Abhiram. He's bowled a beautiful first 2 deliveries here. What can you do in the 3rd? This bat on ball, and it's going to be 1. But the job done there from Surya Thurumela. He did his job, got off strike, gave his partner an opportunity, but it's 10 from 3. So you're going to need boundaries if you're Noman Iftikhar, and if you're Abhiram Bolasetti, you keep backing the way you're bowling. It's hard to dig that delivery out for a boundary, and again, what we saw from Noman earlier, a couple edges going to the boundary.
It is Church Street Park, so dare I say 2 boundaries in a single?
2 boundaries in a single would be something special. This one full and straight is hit down the ground. I think he's just going to pick out Colin Archibald. Yes, it will. They're going to push for 2. They're going to get 2. Umpire unmoved. Good athletic effort there from Lahidu Malanta. Good throw from Colin Archibald. Iftikhar does well to get back into his crease. And that's going to make it 8 from the final 2. So they're going to need 2 boundaries here. Or a 6 and a 2. However they want to get it. They just need 8 runs for the final 2 deliveries. Abhiram bowled a splendid over so far. Can he right the wrongs from week 1 in Lauderhill?
Well, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
players we know love playing at Church Street Park.
Abhiram definitely one of them. Again, grew up here, home grounds, played a lot of matches. Knows what this wicket's like, knows what happens here, knows how special this ground is. Here we go, 8 from 2. And he's bowled him! Full straight on the stumps and a big roar! He's telling the crowd, let's go, we got the win. And Abhiram Bolasetti, he's right the wrong from last week, where he gave up those 6 runs. This time delivers a toe-crushing Yorker and ends the match there. He's pumped up, and what a delivery to finish off an exciting weekend of cricket here at Church Street Park.
Absolutely. Abhiram Bolasetti there with a Yorker as the Morrisville Raptors are victorious here by just 7 runs in this game. It's really just recapped the entire weekend. Close games, some great games, some great innings, and that delivery there to end off an unplayable Yorker from Bolasetti as Morrisville take the win.
Absolutely making his case for him as player of the match with his 45 runs in a hurry, and then that wicket at the end. Again, a brilliant final over. We're going to string the low scores. Sean Campbell with 19, Rajdeep Darbar with 24, Danish Patel 15, Kevin Shah gets out for a duck, David Shripper Shah with 19 to his name, Bhaskar Yadram, he was able to get 44, but Obis Panar gets his wicket huge there. Raj Patel gone for 4, Raj Bhavsar gone for 11, Abhiram gone for 29, Noman Iftikhar, he was gone for 9 off 8 with that beautiful Yorker, and Surya Turumela, he ends up not out. Jay, talk to me about the bowling from the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, having a look at the bowling, Colin Orlichabard, 2 wickets for 37 in his 4 overs. The other opening bowler, Kiran Saravana Kumar, 1 for 32, but he just bowled the 2 overs. 3 for 26, Jacobus PNR, he did really well. 1 for 18 and 4, Aditya Padala, he got a crucial wicket there in the middle. Rohan Fadke, 1 for 29. Murali Krishna, 1 over was expensive, and then Abhiram Bolasetti there, 1.5 overs, 1 for 17 with that 1 wicket being that final one. What a crucial one that was.
It's been an absolute blast to call all the games here at Church Street Park during this 4th of July weekend, and an absolute thriller to finish us off. Again, Jay, thank you so much for coming down from DC to call this game here with me today. Thank you to Dane, Pete, thank you to Nate Hayes for being here with me all weekend. Thank you to the fantabulous production crew led by Babar Bhai, with Aaron, with Junaid, with Khalid Bhai. Could not be possible without all of them. The pitch curators, Jerry, Pat, and company. You also had Justin Gill, who was here all weekend long, making sure all the proceedings happen. A big thank you to Minor League Cricket, making sure all these events take place. A fantastic weekend of cricket. It comes to an end here on July 4th. The Raptors, they go 3 for 3. They get another close win. I'm Aman Patel signing off for everyone here at Church Street Park. We thank you so much, and stay tuned for next week where we have more exciting minor league cricket coming to you. These two firing yesterday, looking for a better performance today. Nearly an edge back on the stumps, but it's an inside edge that's going to run all the way along the ground. Running once again in from the Cedar Fork end. Back of a length, it's short, and it's worked through the leg side quite easily. A couple of bounces, it hits the advertising boards for 4. How does Kieran respond? Yeah, that time outside the off stump, but that's it straight back. And it's a brilliant shot there from John Ross Campbell. Picked up the length early, and he's belted.
Dudes, that's all they need from this over.
Yeah, here we go. It's been a big over already. Pushes that wide, and outside edge is going to fly over third man, and it's going to fly away for 4 more. An unlucky ball that time there. Can Archibald deliver a wicket to John Ross Campbell? Straight back. Yeah, Obis Panar has big mitts, and Colin Archibald gets the wicket they want. He was inside the circle. John Ross just picks out Obis Panar with little point to Colin Archibald. Just got to find a way to rotate strike. Don't need anything major. Always got a hold of that one. It was looking for the ball previous. Yeah, and that one's gone all the way. Huge 6 that time. Goes to finish this over off. Oh, it's just gloved away. Didn't get the bat, and it's going to beat third man. Another 4. Got in the previous over. Has already played more deliveries than Rajdeep. But anything with which Rajdeep will pound on. He loves width. He'll take advantage of every width. And that is going to be 6. You can see. With a 6 to open the over up, move to 40. And this one slapped through the covers, and it's going to be another 4 runs. Too full. Too
For
much.
that width. Now, not doing that.
Well, there's the width all right on QJ. And it's going to be a 1 bounce over the rope for 4. Anytime he's given width, he's going to be into Danish Patel. Lahidu also keeping up. A big pull shot, but there is a fielder there. Will he save it? No. It's going to go over the rope for 4. Rohan Phadke, he's quick in the field. Back in Padala. This time short is straight up into the air. We're going to find it. Making ground. Should have been a keeper's catch, but Dane Pete said, I'll take it. Even with the plaster on his finger, it was a Lahidu.
Any other bowler here in the Morrisville side?
Well, that was right on off stump, but he's worked it beautifully. He was able to hang it back on the back foot and just cut it away. It was very close to his off stump. Not a terrible delivery, in my opinion. Maybe a
now. PNR off his second delivery.
Kevin up in the air, straight back to Obis Pinar. It felt like about time. He felt like he was struggling. A subdue celebration there from Obis. He knows how big that wicket is. And the Morrisville Raptors with another wicket, and you can see everyone. So here we go. Obis Pinar back in. This time quicker. It's up in the air. Oh, it's a brilliant take by the man at third man. It's Sanjay Stanley. He makes no mistake about it. It was quicker, just looking to run the same shot found.
Bhaskar Yadram.
Here we go. Rohan Phadke comes in. The big shot down the ground. All you can see is the ball going into the creek. That was huge. It was slowed down. A bowling change, and it's Murli Krishna Ankaraju. And Bhaskar Yadram put him straight back, but he's picked out, through the hands of Colin Archibald. It was the catch of Bhaskar Yadram trying to navigate the rope. It went in and out of the hands, and he's disappointed in himself. And what can he do? This one down the leg side. He's latched onto this one. No chance for the fielder. Back-to-back sixes. And a huge drop there for the Krish. Back in. Hit for back-to-back sixes. This time outside the off stump. Sweeper cover. He hasn't quite gotten it. Oh, and it's put down again. Would have been a nice catch from Abhiram Bolasetti. And he's put it down and it's gone over the rope for 4. David Prasad on strike. Up in the air, he split the gap, and it's going to be 4 more runs. Some room for him. Gets at the outside edge, and it's going to be 4 more. That's how you're going to end. Fuller, I think he will. This one he latches onto. Has he got all of it? Yes, indeed. There's no question about it. 1 bounce into the forest. That's going to be a huge 6 there. Abhiram Bolasetti, final delivery into David Prasad. This time gets on the short ball. Cries of catch, but it's going to be all the way for 6. Abhiram short, Abhiram wide, and that's. I would also consider using up his overs here in the middle. Short, and it's been pummeled, short mid-wicket in there, but it's well over the head of the man at short mid-wicket, and it's going to be 4 runs there for Bhaskar. Just opening up that single if they want it. And he's chopped him on, he's gone short, he tried to do the same thing he did to Abhiram Bolasetti. This time not as much room. And this time he's got him. Bringing in the off-spinner works. They bring in for the change of angle now for Rohan Phadke. Down the leg side, and Raj Bhavsar likes that all day. Like we said, he's very keen to slog sweep. Not sure why the change of angle. He wants to angle it in back of a length.
Especially if Bhaskar Yadram.
Well, he's not in there anymore. That one looks very, very good. Yeah, indeed. He moves it well across, but it hit his back leg. It was full. It was straight.
22, I think.
22, so there you go. Tries to go full straight, and he's giving him a loosener down the leg side, and one hand comes off the bat. Rishabh Pant will be proud of that one. And Abhiram is to free up his arms. This one time he goes short. Clipped over the top. Abhiram Bolasetti giving chase. Not going to get there. Running it to third man. Let's see if he does just that. This time makes room. And it's a no ball. Rohan Phadke has overstepped. He from the cedar fork and back into bowl. This time through the leg side. It's a slog sweep. Has he picked out the man? This time safe hands. And you can see a big pump of the fist there. Don't give Abhiram something easy to put away. It's high in the air. I don't think he's got all of it. Oh, he has. It was going to be close, and he's gotten over the top. Aditya Badala looked like he sliced it a bit, but he had just enough. Here we go, final delivery of this over. Full straight again, and it's hit back. This time, it's over the top once again. Abhiram Bolasetti this time, not a chance for him, and a good over ends. The Raptors are going to run away with this one. We should have known better at Church Street Park. This one slashed high up in the air. I think it's going to go over the rope for 4. Yeah, it will. It's gone all the way. Aryan Shah in as a substitute fielder, giving chase. Length. Does go back with length. Found the outside edge and is going to run all the way through. Can Kieran cut it off? No, he cannot. He's giving chase. It's just past the outside of the glove. By one of these Yorkers. You have to imagine one of them are coming. This one fuller and straighter. It's going to be worked out to mid-wicket. No mistakes. Oh, that's going to be out, and he is! Abhiram, he went to go turn for 2, and a direct hit from Rohan Phadke in the deep. He's got it. Something special. This one full and straight is hit down the ground. I think he's just going to pick out Colin Archibald. Yes, it will. They're going to push for 2. They're going to get 2. Umpire unmoved. Good athletic effort there. Knows how special this ground is. Here we go. 8 from 2. And he's bowled him. Full straight on the stumps and a big roar. He's telling the crowd, let's go. We got the win. And Abhiram Bolasetti, he's right the wrong from last week where he gave up those 6.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.